Good morning and welcome to this special meeting of the Board of Directors of the Mid-Peninsula Regional Open Space District. I am Jed Sear, President of the Board of Directors. The meeting is now called to order. It is 9 a.m. This meeting is being held in person at the district's administrative office and by teleconference. Members of the public may attend and participate in the meeting in person or via Zoom. Instructions for submitting public comments are available on the meeting agenda. Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Director Gleason?
Here.
Director Christine Tucker?
Here.
Director Riffle?
Here.
President Sear? President Sear?
Here.
Director Holman? Oh, absent. Director Kishimoto? Here. Director Christine Tucker?
Here. McNiven.
My apologies, Director McNiven, and all present except for Director Holman.
Okay, thank you. Before we adopt the agenda, please note that the General Manager has asked to move agenda item number 4, the FOSSUM update, right after agenda item number 1. With that change, may I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call vote, please.
Director Gleason?
Yes.
Director McNiven?
Yes.
Director Riffle?
Yes.
President Sear?
Yes.
Director Holman? Yes. Director Kishimoto?
Yes.
Director Christine Tucker?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you.
President Sear, if I may, I understand there's a couple of you who may need to leave a little early.
Yeah, I was just going to say, President Sear, I need to leave at about 2:20 today.
I need also to leave.
And then I believe is there a third?
Yes, I'm afraid I have a conflict with a LAFCO meeting. It just starts at 1:15, so I'll have to leave around 12:30.
You have to push everything down and make it.
Yeah.
So that I'm bringing it up to let our presenters know that we need to be tight and try to see if we can get to all the agenda items certainly before 2:30, if not sooner than that. Otherwise, I will ask the board if they would consider the last item, moving that to another meeting, but let's see how we do as we move along.
Okay, thank you. So did we get the roll call vote on the change in the agenda?
We sure did.
Are we ready for the first presentation?
I believe we are.
Good morning. It is on?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, Stefan Jaskelak, CFO. I'll take the first part of the agenda, and that is the environmental scan results. I'll start with the General Manager's recommendation, which is to consider the results of the 2025 environmental scan results, review, update if needed, and then adopt the FY27 strategic plan, goals, and objectives to guide the development of the FY27 budget and capital improvement and action plan. So we have several key themes. First, we'll look at the external key themes, and of course, we'll look at economic and labor conditions. Also looking at community and stakeholders, and then also political and regulatory strategy. So on the economic and labor side, tax revenue, the assessed value growth itself has slowed down. There is still growth, but it is slower than it has been in the past, where we were well in excess of the average. So what this could mean as a solution is to limit the number of general fund CapEx projects in the work plan. So as the revenue growth slows, we will use that general fund CapEx project as a relief valve, if you will. On the procurement and contracting side, we're still grappling with inflation to a certain extent, but moreover, the trade uncertainty with tariffs, no tariffs, import or not. There's also some small bid hurdles that we continue to face, and there's also consultant availability. A lot of times they're booked up or not available. So on the solutions side, the GM authority to 150,000 as by the state for tools, materials, and equipment and supplies will help if we follow and update our policy to do that as well. There continues to be a legislative push for a more across-the-board increase in GM authority, and of course, we will continue to proactively budget. On the workforce,
Stefan, sorry, questions as you go or questions as you go?
as we go.
Okay, if I may. Proactive budgeting. I felt that we're pretty good at proactive budgeting. Is there something we'll be doing differently? Then
We always continue to hone our skills, always continue to improve. By continuing that trend and also looking more forward to certain acquisitions or purchases like vehicles, etc., we can continue to stay ahead of that and make it more, make everything flow better as far as the process and timing, etc., and include that in the budget, beef up the 3-year CIP even more, especially the third year, so we can anticipate more into the future.
Okay.
And later on, you'll also see a presentation regarding the 20-year plan for Measure AA, which also maps out more and more into the future.
Right. So I'm thinking in terms of what the role that the board would play in budgeting, whether that be ABC or whether that be, is there a role that you see that we are going to have to maybe adapt to here, or is this more of an internal staff budgeting?
This will be starting with internal, but we build the budget and then bring it to ABC and then to the full board. So conversations there and full support, of course, is very helpful in that, so we can continue to move forward.
What I would say to Director Riffle is I do think that the board really needs to start thinking about tempering some of the ideas and initiatives you might have, or the desire to expand scopes beyond what's presented. Because every time we do that, it's adding more pressure to the budget.
Right.
So on your end, it's what is the most important priorities? What are those? And how do we contain those so that we stay within our means, knowing that and seeing that the trends are looking like there's less and less funding available in future years?
Okay, thank you.
On the internal workforce side, recruitment and retention risks, the recent change in the compensation philosophy has definitely helped recruitment and retention. That was evidenced by 2 recent returns. We do see an uptick in applications as well, job applications when we do have a vacancy. And with that, there is also an uptick in qualified applicants. It doesn't help if people just click apply, but there's also more qualified applicants. We also see generational shifts as the baby boomers numbers reduce. We see an increase in Gen Z. There is still a possibility of a silver tsunami, but I've heard that for the last 10 years and I haven't seen it yet. The number of retirements within our workforce has remained very steady, between 2 and 4 per year. Of course, we'll remain vigilant in monitoring that. And also regarding succession gaps, continue to remain proactive, make sure people are ready to step into the next role as those roles become available. And to do that, we also provide additional supervisory skill training, and we definitely prioritize succession planning. On the external side, there's still, sometimes staffing and budget shortages, but more on our partner agencies like Santa Clara County or Portola Valley. We also see federal cuts, furloughs. We just had the longest shutdown in history. That doesn't help either. For example, FEMA was closed, whereas we had contacts with them regarding grants and reimbursements, etc. So that slows things down. Also slower permitting due to partner agency shortages in staffing and hiring freezes. Once part of the solution then is to increase our programmatic and master permits, and also to continue work on self-permitting, for example, for toilet replacements at staging areas and such. Toilet, bathroom replacements, yeah.
Could you go back to the last slide?
Sure.
If I might ask a question here. I want to go back to the internal workforce and
Mhm.
Succession planning and ask a little bit about how that is there a policy or a way that we do that across different departments in Midpen, or just tell me a little bit more about how the succession planning works.
Well, one of the things that we have implemented quite a while ago is we have our internal leadership academy, where we each year have a cohort of about 16 people across the entire organization that will be, they're typically non-supervisory personnel that get into that academy and then get ready to get more knowledge and to prepare them for the next level. We've recently expanded that to also have a supervisory leadership academy. That's for supervisors, particularly new supervisors.
Mm.
It's one thing to appoint somebody to be a supervisor, but then they also need to have the skills to go with that.
Mm-hmm.
We also utilize San Mateo County's training programs for that as well. They also have supervising webinars and trainings, but those are typically one day. Ours are multi-month trainings. Then the level above that is the county, Santa Clara County Leadership Academy. We sent 4 people to that. That's on the senior supervisor and department manager level. And then also within management team itself, we have trainings from time to time regarding certain topics, whether it's, we've had DEI, we have HR trainings coming up, we'll look at finance, etc. To really have as much training across the board as possible. We also, twice a year, we take a look at the entire org chart and color code the boxes with the names as to when people would be eligible for retirement. So red would be right now, yellow within 3 years, green within 5 years. So we can see coming in certain areas or certain departments where we have weaknesses potentially with large-scale retirements. And, as you know, retirements typically mean brain drain, knowledge. So we want to make sure we capture that as best as possible in systems. Like we did when Craig Beckman was retiring. He put as much of all the culverts, nooks, and crannies of his entire area at SFO into our work order system so that all of that information is preserved.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I'm really happy to hear that there's such breadth and depth to that aspect of our workforce. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. So looking at community and stakeholders regarding project delivery, sometimes we do see extended public engagements, which slows projects down, makes them more expensive, and also causes ripple effects that moves other projects' timelines as well. It bleeds into an MAA schedule risk, and we also have experienced limited tribal capacity. Everybody needs their attention, but they have limited capacity to provide that attention to all entities, us included. So on the solution side, you'll see the 20-year plan to prioritize MAA projects, also prioritize them over general fund projects to ensure that this 20-year plan remains on schedule and that we deliver on all of the MAA deliverables within our 30-year authorization. And also focused engagement, we're working together with the tribes to get as much of a relationship as possible so that we mitigate the limited capacity. We also may need to reimburse more for their time, for example, or find different solutions. Then a demographic change and constituency building. The population is aging in our area. There's also racial and ethnic shifts. For example, the Caucasian population has gone down from about 60 to 30%, whereas the Asian population has doubled. Hispanic population remained stable. So you see a shift there. We also have at times access barriers, whether it's transportation, it could be ADA needs, or just cultural familiarity. Some people might not even know it's safe to go out on the trails, or what are the dangers, for example, and therefore don't go. So we need to be more intentional, even more than we already are, with site planning, especially regarding ADA and low access or low barrier access, and also thoughtful about outreach. And then public access and resource protection. There is, of course, we have the visitation demands, the recreation demands, which then we need to balance that with the habitat protection. And there's also definitely a continued growth in e-bike use and demand. So we need to prioritize the habitat corridors, activate management to address any evolving or active management to address evolving trends, and then, of course, articulate our mission clarity and stay true to mission. On the political and regulatory strategy, question? Sure.
Thank you. So at the end of this, it's articulate mission clarity. And whenever I think of the mission, I always look at the order. And is that how, generally it's considered the order that they're listed in is the prioritization order?
Not necessarily. I think that would depend on a case-by-case basis. But I see the general manager grabbing the microphone.
Because what I like so much about this is, and you guys, this will be no surprise to anyone, what I really like is under public access and resource protection, under challenges and constraints is visitation and recreation demands, is what I really like about that is prioritize intact habitat and corridors. I really, really like that. So, that's why we buy the lands, right? To keep it from development and also to protect and preserve. So I haven't asked this question before, but it's been on my mind often. And this being here prioritized the way that I would like to see it. I greatly appreciate this. Is there a ranking of the way they're listed?
I would say that overall, there is a ranking, and if you go back to, we had a board discussion back in early 2023, I think. Was that right? 2024?
One of those years.
One of those years. 2023, and part of that, one of the questions was, what is there a priority order for the board? Because we needed to have, again, clarity, especially given how much the board had changed. And at that time, it was reaffirmed that there is a certain level of priority. There are also, certain goals we have around regional trail connectivity and those sort of things where we then look at balancing as much as we can. But overarching, there are those priority levels around the mission.
So can we kind of consider today as like a reaffirmation of the reaffirmation that the order does matter in terms of priorities?
Sure, yeah.
I appreciate that.
I could add to that. So I'm in agreement, Director Holman, with what you're bringing up, and it seems like maybe every year we should come back to this. And is this the right priority? And I think in the last couple of years, I think we've had that discussion, and I think it's appropriate for us to reaffirm that. So thank you for teeing that up. But I noticed that staff has some interesting wording for one of the goal. Balancing public access and natural resource management and so on. So I was kind of holding my fire until we got to that point. But since Director Holman brought that up, at what point
Please keep holding that fire.
At what point do we want to have this discussion? Is this appropriate now, or do you want to wait until we get to the goal?
I'd say let's wait for the goal, but having some early, thoughts of what we're pulling out in terms of the environmental scan and the trends and issues and obstacles, challenges that we see. But in terms of the language of those goals and objectives, that's coming.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Thank you. That was a good conversation. So on the local permitting, we do have some ordinance situations like the Hawthorne's Historic Mansion. If we pursue a zoning change, it could take up to 5 years without any guarantees or maybe even more, without any guarantees of the outcome. So that requires some long-term planning and risk assessment. On the state regulations, federal protections, of course, are weakening. Not of course, but they are. So that requires the state to step up a little bit more. And AB 1319 for CEQA, I think that's a typo, is part of that. So we do have funding via Prop 4. Hopefully we can get some of that for Highway 17. Our grants team has put in several pre-applications already. Expedited projects through SB 131 with a CEQA exemption is helpful. And we need to continue to build support via local engagement. Then on the federal side, as I mentioned, the reduced support for open space preservation is a policy risk. There's also, I wouldn't quite call it a delegation change because Pelosi wasn't in our delegation, but right adjacent. With her retirement, there'll be a shift there as well. So we need to continue to cultivate new champions and maintain close ties with our delegation and anyone in our immediate vicinity. Director Holman?
Yes, thank you. Under local permitting, there are, well, just like we have faced with the Hawthorne's historic complex, let's just say, for the purpose of this conversation, without making a proclamation, that Portola Valley's zoning, even though the town philosophy supports projects that we would be doing at Hawthorne's, the town zoning doesn't accomplish that. It doesn't support that.
Right.
So where I'm going with that is not about Hawthorne, it's about something else that you all have heard me talk about, maybe ad nauseum from your perspective, is about parking lots. And so my understanding is that in San Mateo County, if you pave a parking lot, and that's a whole other discussion, but if you pave a parking lot in San Mateo County, you have to stripe it and have to put in this and that. So they're all urban aspects.
Mm-hmm.
And so I find them counter to the natural environment and the setting. And so I'm just wondering if there's any political will to put that on a list of lobbying or advocation with county regulators, county lawmakers to get some softening of that, because it really does impose an urban, it's exactly the same comparison as the Hawthorne's, which is why I brought that up. It's like it's imposing an urban aspect into a rural setting.
General Counsel Hillary Stevenson, I'll comment very briefly. So this is something that's been on my work plan since the FOSM update and the legal opinion that was delivered to you earlier this year about the district's extent, legal limitations and parameters around district self-permitting. And so we've taken a number of steps in that regard, particularly most recently with our adoption of the California Building Code. And so we're kind of taking some progressive steps in our conversations with, at least starting with the counties, about what the district can do under its own authority, and where where the sore spots are with the two counties, how we can work more cooperatively in lieu of legislation. And then on the topic of legislation, it's been something that we've been very closely coordinating with our sister agency, East Bay Parks, on, even up until the last several weeks. And unfortunately, they've had some changes in their management, and we've kind of had to pause what were potentially some fairly aggressive steps in legislative advocacy on this topic. And we were kind of boosting and supporting East Bay Park's efforts to advocate for some potential legislative changes. But we may need to, in my discussions with the general manager and legislative affairs, we've talked about potentially moving that to the next legislative session, so we can kind of start back up in the summer and figure out, should Midpen take the lead in looking for bill sponsors, or is this something that East Bay Parks has the bandwidth to do? So there are several items that are already in our kind of a daily business work plans that address this. I don't know if there needs to be something more in the CAP, but that's the update as of today on where those efforts are going, to my knowledge. Thanks.
I greatly appreciate that update, and I had not thought about self-permitting being able to influence or affect outcomes in, for instance, parking lots and signage and that sort of thing. So I greatly appreciate that, and it would probably be faster than a legislative result, but or endeavor. But thank you for that update. I appreciate it a lot. And you'll keep us posted at periods.
I will absolutely keep you all posted. And, I think that AGM Chan would agree that having these cooperative conversations with the various jurisdictions can often be productive. And that said, they all have their very long lists of things to do. So sometimes it can be hard to have these kind of larger policy discussions. So we have to kind of fit it in when we can get their attention. So we'll continue to work on that. Thanks.
Well, you have my hip hip hooray support for that.
All right, so a couple of key themes on internal environment. So far we talked about the external side of it. So internally, organizational culture and workload, training and technology, and partnerships and program delivery. So we dive in a little bit deeper. The culture and connection internally, we have a need for meaningful and regular organizational connection among each other within departments and in project groups. The staff dedication remains strong, but we would like to increase in-person engagement, which will strengthen connections. It'll reinforce cultural norms, and it elevates staff recognition and celebration as well, opportunities for that. On board direction,
Stefan, may I ask a question on that
Sure.
particular?
of course.
So when I hear need for meaningful, regular organizational connection, that says people back in the office more. Is that what you're, is that what the solution is intending, or is that?
I can answer that one, Stefan.
Okay.
So there's definitely a need for more in-person interaction. What exactly that looks like, we need to sort of think about that, because right now the hybrid work schedule, it varies day to day by person, and it also varies by how many days in the office per person there are too. On top of that, then you have the field days as well. So there is definitely a benefit in the in-person interactions that you don't get when you have a hybrid or screen interaction, if you will. And so the question for us is how can we find ways to maximize that, to have those opportunities for whether it be more engagement in a meeting, if you will, or even just engagement and interactions in the hallway. Because there's a lot that happens that you don't really get in a screen. You can check the box, but there's way more depth and meaningful interaction that happens when you're in person. And so for us is how can we provide more opportunities for that don't exist now?
So I think we've been kind of dancing around this for the last couple of years, from the pandemic. And the question would be, how do we answer these questions? And what is the plan for moving forward and kind of putting some things in place that actually address this need for more meaningful and regular connection with staff? So not to put you on the spot, but it is something that I've been thinking a lot about and wondering how and when we might, have some concrete answers to that. And
so what I would say is this next year I'm going to be working with my executive team to look at how can we do that. It is a very sensitive topic for the staff in many different ways, depending on how we do this. So I want to be thoughtful. I don't have specific solutions now, but I do feel there are pieces that we're missing from that more engaged in-person interaction. And I also see how the changes that have been occurring across other jurisdictions too and other agencies. So what does that look like for us? That's one thing that I'm going to be exploring.
Thank you.
If I could just follow up on that, I think in industry, there has been this trend towards going back towards more in-person. Do you see that in other agencies? Okay.
So just a very quick follow-up to that. So I guess, Zoe, a question for you. Are you saying as a board, we're saying we'd like to see more people in the office? Or are you, because I just want to be clear what we're sending to the staff.
I absolutely trust Anna in her sensitivity to the staff and listening to what, the staff's interests are.
Yeah.
But I am really very devoted to or concerned about that need for more meaningful interaction. So I would not want to say as a board that I think we need to have everybody back in the office full time.
Okay.
But I am interested in outcomes that result in more meaningful and regular interactions, and I'd like to hear more about that as the year progresses.
Right, okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thanks.
All right. Then on looking at board direction, at times individual board member ideas, they sometimes generate confusion. Should these be ferreted out, pursued, or not? There can also be unplanned efforts, which can disrupt schedules and resource diversion. The recent Bear Creek Stables ad hoc group, for example. Also, the Hawthorne's POG took 2 years. Those kinds of delays and unplanned efforts can disrupt our schedules and have a ripple effect among other projects, realignments or pushing them out, etc. So as part of the solution is for the GM to raise new ideas before the full board. That's the proverbial getting the 4 nods before we run down the options. Also to consider trade-offs and implications for any of the suggestions or diversions, and then recalibrate our expectations as well at the same time. So that all goes hand in hand. Then project prioritization, we always have a risk of mission scope creep given our high competence levels. It'd be nice to add this, add that. but we need to keep an eye on the scope. There's also, as I mentioned before, there's reduced partner agency capacity. And that's, pressure to take on any peripheral issues by us, for example, if the partner agencies cannot fulfill that. Reinstating the big rocks definitely helped. We need to maintain that integrity, we need to maintain that focus, but we also need to maintain focus on our core work and our priorities. You also see that regarding the recommendation to shift more and more focus towards Measure AA and continuing implementation there. Yes?
So I feel sort of compelled to speak about the board direction, partly because maybe it's just how I read it, but I read those two bullets under board direction are written pretty negatively. And I guess what I would rather see considered there is that need creates new ideas.
Mhm.
And sometimes listen to the public and listen to information that's new to us can also prompt a new idea. And so it isn't, because the way this is written, it just sounds like, somebody had an idea and is how it's written. So I just want it to be clear that, if individual board members have an idea or bring something forward or, propose something that's not necessarily planned, it isn't necessarily negative. It's the situation demands or even commands a different thought or consideration or evaluation.
Right. And I don't disagree with that at all. Maybe I didn't articulate it well enough in that sometimes an individual board member's idea then winds up with staff rather than being carried by the full board or being supported by a majority of the board before we start work on it.
Well, if an individual board member is talking to staff about doing something, that's really a dicey situation because that could be, manic interference. So that's a whole other situation. And so anyway, you get my point.
I do.
Yeah, I'd like to follow up on that, and maybe we use the Hawthorne Barn as an example. I agree with you, Director Holman, about being open to new ideas, especially during a meeting and so on. But there's a what and then there's a how. And I think what I kind of learned on the Hawthorne Barn and somewhat the Bear Creek Stables is, interesting idea, but how we implemented that probably could have been improved. And so I took out of that is, in the spirit of no surprises, I think I'd like to vet that with the general manager as soon as I come up with some crazy idea to say, this is what I'm thinking. So that number one, she's not surprised. And number two is maybe we could have more of a informed discussion. So for example, I hadn't really ever considered this before, but sometimes it's okay to hit pause to say, you know what, that's a really interesting idea, but I need to think about it. I'm always so driven to, I need to make a decision. And in fact, maybe two of those cases, might have been good to hit pause on that for us to think about that. So I'm not disagreeing with you at all. I'm thinking more about how we go forward with that. Okay, new idea, but how do we now integrate that into our discussion and decision? Because how we've done that in the past, I don't know that it's always been the best outcome.
Yeah, I want to support what you just said, and you've heard me say probably before, I'm very much a process person, and sometimes when things come up, they seem like there's an urgency to them,
right?
And maybe there's too much of a response to the urgency without saying, wait a minute, can we afford a pause here to look at how best to accomplish this?
Right.
So I don't disagree with you, and it isn't just that new ideas are a negative. So,
no, of course.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I'm glad you raised that because that it did hit me as a very negative comment. So, I mean, I agree. It's not just board member, but in the public's idea. So I wouldn't say anything that discourages new ideas. It would be more, we're not editing this document, but that the general manager would work with the board member or members of the public to help, have the ideas raised at the right time. And for example, this board workshop, I mean, this is the time where if there's something, fundamentally that we're missing, I guess this is, these workshops, annual workshops are the time to think, well, what are we doing? But
Mhm.
yeah, I don't want this outcome to be board members. Yeah, don't share your best ideas. I mean, that would be bad.
So just if I can add, so this is not meant to discourage ideas. What I think the main takeaway here for you all is when there is an idea, it does need to be vetted by all of you. And the reason why is when something gets raised, I'm, if it gets raised to me, I definitely then start thinking, okay, how do I bring this to the full board? But when it gets raised to a staff member, they tend to see that as a directive. And they're not supposed to. And I try to emphasize that. But that's very difficult for them not to see it as a directive because you are elected officials, right? You are at the head of the organization. And so you carry that positional authority. And so what I'm trying to say is those ideas are important, but they really need to be vetted here to determine, is that something that that the district should proceed with? And the reason why this was brought up is, and you'll see a theme here throughout the environmental scan, is the need to really stay as much as we can focused on what are the core priorities of the organization, thinking especially about Measure AA, because we now have 19 years to accomplish that. And we have quite a workload. We've done a lot. We've done incredible work in the first 11 years now, but we have quite a bit to do to be able to say we've delivered. And so how do we stay the course? So that's a theme that you're seeing throughout a lot of this.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate this conversation. And I did not take this negatively at all. In fact, I appreciated it being called out that occasionally our ideas do generate confusion when staff's not expecting that. And that some unplanned efforts do generate disruptions in schedules and resource diversion. We've certainly seen that in the last couple of years. So I don't see anything in the solutions there that would preclude new ideas coming forth. I think the matter is just one of how we vet those new ideas and how we as a board vet them and work with our general manager to understand the trade-offs and the implications when we come up with a brand new idea that's a big one, and we've had a couple of them. So just to provide a little counterpoint there, I'm not saying that I don't think there's anything here that says we shouldn't be able to bring forth new ideas. But I do think we as a board have a responsibility to understand that we are capable of generating confusion, and we are capable of of disrupting what is a comprehensive flow of work and projects with these new ideas. And so we have to understand the implications of that. So that's all.
So I appreciate General Manager bringing up the notion about if a board member says something to a staff member, and goodness knows we all like to be considered in esteem, there's nothing wrong with it. However, I don't know if it's we as a board need to make a statement or in combination or concert with you as general manager to indicate to staff members that it is not only okay, it is the right thing to do, and the appropriate thing to do is to not take direction from an individual board member. It's really, talk about confusion, and if that's what you're indicating that this leads to or is pointing to, I agree. It could be misspent funds, it can be misspent time, all kinds of things. So whatever we need to do to empower the staff to say, great idea. I would prefer that actually we ask questions of the staff as opposed to somebody saying, oh, well, we ought to make this trail go this way. That we ask questions of staff and then, take the idea then to you as general manager and say, I brought this idea up, but what do you think? And, really empower the staff to say, we can't take direction from you individually. This is a board decision and it involves staff time and money and scheduling and all kinds of stuff. So I would hope that we don't do that, but it sounds like sometimes maybe some do. So anyway, however we do, whatever we do and need to do to empower staff to say, sorry, but.
Thank you. Moving on to training and technology. So we have the need for consistent organization-wide training in systems and policies. It used to be mainly in the field, regarding equipment, safety, etc. But with additional computer systems, programs, etc., we see an increase in need for training there as well. So that requires some dedicated time and resources. So we'll continue to annualize or have an annual standardized training and continue to dedicate time for that. Cybersecurity is an increasingly sophisticated threat. We see attacks all the time, to be honest. So we have ongoing need to have strong protections and as well as training. We have pretty robust cybersecurity training, and we'll continue to upgrade our tools. We have implemented quite a few tools that have been very effective, but we also have to continue that because it's always an increase. I mean, the bad guys increase, we have to increase. So we continue to increase our tools and safeguards. Then on the fleet and infrastructure, state mandates major EV charging investments, and we also have cross-department coordination to integrate EV tech. We'll need to continue to invest in that and future-proof some of our designs, especially new constructions, both for our own infrastructure as well as in the field for parking areas, etc. We'll continue to modernize the fleet systems and align with sustainability goals, but it seems that, for example, truck EVs are becoming less and less. Some manufacturers are stopping to make them. It's a little bit short-sighted in my personal opinion, but I'm not the decision maker in Detroit. So we'll continue to flex with that and do the best we can to adapt. Then on partnerships and program delivery, we continue to see those capacity constraints, like I mentioned. The reduced ability to collaborate. If we have a project that requires collaboration with a partner agency, for example, or also the reduced ability to cost share because of their financial constraints and budget issues. We will, of course, continue to strengthen the partnerships best we can, pursue diverse funding sources, and continue our strong collaboration with Post. Projects also mean that we have a rising demand on the Natural Resource Department to support the capital projects and public access projects. So we continue to need to shift their capacity for NR over to Measure AA. There's some trade-offs there. We will continue to balance on the solution side permitting mitigation needs with restoration and prioritize Measure AA acquisitions and restoration projects. Then on climate resilience, we see increasing impacts on climate change, and we need a uniform resilience framework that we're working with. We have our SPARK. I memorized an hour ago what that stood for, and I forgot. Sorry. I know it has the CC is climate change, so it's adaptation to climate change to get ahead of that, or best as we can. And also apply, of course, science-based adaptation. And then on the wildfire resilience, we have the growing vegetation fuel workload. It's one thing to clear certain acres, but then eventually you need to come back and maintain that while you're clearing more acres. So that increases the workload. There could be an expansion limit without grants or partners, and we have our prescribed fire program is dependent on CAL FIRE's time and availability. So we continue to expand internal crew capacity in that direction, always continue to pursue grants and partnerships, and continue to coordinate with CAL FIRE. So then to,
Sorry, Stefan, could you go
Mhm.
back to, there's a couple of points that I
Sure.
wanted to just,
Mhm.
on the first under partnerships, by the way, I'm agreeing with everything on here. I just want some clarification and maybe some discussion. In the partnerships, the collaboration with Post, I'm certainly in agreement with that. I think, I guess a question, was there a different kind of collaboration we're thinking about? Number one, and then number two is, why just Post? Should we be thinking about other partners in some of our work, and maybe even asking them to strengthen their collaboration with us?
well, the general manager has regular meetings with the new, is it president?
President, right?
President of
Yeah,
Post.
yeah.
Also had previous meetings with the previous president, of course,
Right.
but this is more regular to
Yeah.
talk about issues.
Yeah.
As well as on the various staff levels.
Good.
And that's across the organization. So we continue that collaboration, deepen it where we can. Of course, Post, I mean, as you know, was originally established as an alternative funding source as
No
well.
question. Right.
It's been very, very effective. We'd like to see that continue.
Okay.
They're also broader in the region. But, I mean, other organizations, of course, as well. I mean, I know Grants is looking at donor advised funds, for example, to start relationships with them as far as funding sources. There's the RCDs that we can
Mhm.
work with,
Mhm.
et cetera.
Yeah, I guess, and this is more of maybe a comment than a question. I think some of these partnerships, Post was a fantastic and is a fantastic partner from a land acquisition point of view, and maybe even some land infrastructure point of view before we get it from them. That's deepening that is no questions the right thing to do. What I'm thinking about is, how about some other partnerships as far as natural resource management? Or how about other partnerships for public access? Are there some new posts out there that can help us in maybe some of those areas where we might need some assistance? So I guess I'm just inviting us to think maybe creatively about maybe we should cultivate some new partnerships as well.
That's a great idea. And for example, we're definitely cultivating a relationship with VTA right now through the Highway 17.
Right.
That's another example of a local partnership that we're working with.
Right.
So, yeah.
Good.
I appreciate the feedback.
And I would say is there are a number of partners that new partnerships that we have created. I'd say probably in the last 5 to 10 years or so, an extraordinary number. What I'm finding is, especially now moving forward, but also in years past, for the partnerships to really work, and I'm going to look at the department managers here. Midpen has needed to provide most of the funds because a lot of these partners they bring in great capacity and great knowledge, but they're missing the funding. And so thinking about what will be happening in the years to come, as we see more and more funding sources dropping, we're going to probably see a greater difficulty in those partners to stay engaged unless we bring additional funds to the table. So that's going to be a struggle that we're going to experience, I think.
Yeah. If I could go a little deeper on that, I think maybe we redefine how we work with some of these, because I'm not crazy about opening up our wallets to help these other folks survive. I mean, I want something in return, and so I want to get creative, if you will, of how we exercise maybe some new partners. And then the other quick follow on to that is there's a whole type of a partnership that I don't see here at all, and that's called volunteers. And I don't know if there's a separate place for that, but I'm really encouraged by how we have grown over the last 10 years in using volunteers. Like, for example, the trail building, and to see how that takes off. And boy, I'm not naive. Volunteers take work to really to manage well. But I'm wondering if that's a resource, that's a partnership that maybe we could tap more heavily than we have in the past as well.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up to that is, not having to do necessarily with funding, but we have some towns, and Palo Alto certainly comes to mind, that we, our lands abut. And, any towns that we have interaction with or potential interaction with, and I know it takes time, so it's managing that as well. But developing relationships, understandings, and even some training with towns, especially that have parks departments, that will only enhance our ability to get quicker results when we have a project that involves those jurisdictions. And that doesn't involve money; it does involve some aspect of time to help bring them along, if you will, because we have more expertise than towns will have, most likely.
All right. So then lastly, this is my last slide. I have some key takeaways. Prioritize MAA commitments and our core mission. Improve project delivery and operational efficiency. Strengthen external advocacy and public awareness. Protect natural resources and advance climate resilience. And build organizational capacity and resources. And with that, I will turn it over to AGM Brian Malone to. Or do we? Huh? Do we move Fazem up? No.
Can I ask one more quick question before we move on? Stefan,
Sure.
one more quick question
Yeah.
before we move on. If you'd go back to that last slide. Are there any key takeaways here that are new to this year for us?
Well, I think how would you refocusing on Measure AA.
Okay.
We've never lost focus of it, and our progress has been quite remarkable.
Mm-hmm.
About 1/3 of it, and we're about 1/3 of it in, so we're not too far out. But in order to drive it home in the next 20 years or less than 20 years, we need to focus on that and make sure that we map that out. So that is definitely stronger than it has been in the past, I would say. And also to stay on mission with that, we need to continue to improve our project delivery and our efficiency and our momentum per project. I think those are not new, but more of a focus. And of course, also the advance of climate resilience is also more of a focus, also with the Spark coming up. I would say those are some of the newer focuses or refocuses, if you will.
Okay. I might ask that when we have a slide like this, I think it would be helpful to perhaps kind of emphasize those things that are maybe a little new or that we're refocusing on this year or adding extra oomph to, however you want to say it. But it feels like these feel like things that we are always thinking about, but maybe this year we're thinking a little more about prioritizing Measure AA and things of that sort. So just, I don't know, it might just be helpful in the future to have that little asterisk by those ones that we're doing a little more about.
Good point.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm a little confused on our next steps. Are we going to jump into the goals objectives now, or are we going to go to the other topic?
I think we're doing goals and objectives and then FOSM.
Okay.
Is that right?
Okay. And Brian, sorry, just wanted to know what to expect here. Just a couple comments here. First of all, I really like the format that you all used in this last, okay, here's the opportunity or the challenge, and here's some solutions. That was really good. So thank you for whoever came up with that idea and did that. That was very helpful. So that's number one. Two is, it was really interesting to hear the demographics piece and the fact that how we need to react to that. And the only thing is, since I'm now in that category, which is hard for me to say this, but older people don't necessarily mean ADA trails. So
but I apologize if I phrased it that way.
For people, don't just think, okay, we're going to give them some paved 1/4 mile loops and be happy with it. So I'll just put that out there. The
Tough to get your horse on there.
Or bike or whatever. The, actually, I was going to flip to another topic if you want to follow up on it.
Related to your, I mean, actually, I was gonna say, when I would almost add that as another takeaway is the fairly major change in the demographics. That, I mean,
Yeah,
it does
sure.
make you think, right? It's,
Not just older, but boy,
I know-
when you go
oh,
out
I
to
know.
our
So what is it,
preserves, it's so different now.
28% increase in 65 and over, and a 14% decrease in under 18. I
Right.
mean, that's
Yeah.
it's very significant. And then, yeah, the demographics, yeah, white population, 30%, Asian population, 39%. I
Right,
mean,
Oh, absolutely.
yeah, it's, these are the people who are, whose tax revenues, of course, we use every year and who will we be going to and such. And yeah, it does make me think what I know you've made some suggestions, but we all need to think about what more we need to do. Yeah.
The other actually question I wanted to bring up, and maybe Brian will get to this, but there were some really interesting points about how we involve the public in providing inputs to projects or directions and so on. And gosh, I think we've learned a lot in the last 5 years about that. Is that coming up? I didn't really see that in the slides so far. And are we going to have a chance to talk more about that?
We can talk about it right now before we move into strategic goals and objectives. And that was added again, thinking about right now, I'm thinking a lot about Measure AA, just to be frank with you all. Thinking about Measure AA quite a bit and seeing how some of our projects have gone and the duration of time.
Yeah.
If we have to replicate that many, many times, we're not going to get there. And so that's my concern. Engagement is critical. We certainly need input, and we need to have projects that reflect, the both the mission and then community interests, et cetera. The question is, how can we do that in a way that reaches those goals, but is also time efficient?
Right.
Because again, we have 19 years left. Did I get that right? Yeah, 19 years left. And we have quite a list of projects. You have that 20-year list. You've seen that. And how are we going to get those done if every project is going to take us nearly 10 years? We're not going to get there. So so that we're trying to grapple with that, and we're raising it to your attention on how can we look at public engagement a little bit differently so that we still meet the goals, but in an efficient way.
Right.
Yeah. So I was also very interested in this, and I was thinking about sort of 4 ways that we took, we modified our plans based on public input fairly recently over the last couple of years. And you can sort of lay them out on different axes of how heavyweight are they, or how lightweight are they, and how reactive or proactive are they. And I think you can learn a lot from that. So we have the POG, and all 4 of these, I think, were really successful in their way, right? They brought really good input. We modified plans, and we might not all agree about Bear Creek Stables, but I think we came up with a solution that really did reflect that community input. But that BCS ad hoc was a very, was a reactive thing, right? It wasn't planned out, and we've talked about, I think many things that we might want to do differently in that type of situation. I think the Beatty project is another really good example. It's in that recent PNR meeting, we sort of, over a series of meetings, we shifted on 3 different aspects. The trail, came up with a better trail plan. We shifted our direction on the parking lot, and I think came up with a better plan, and also on the Newt pilot project. All 3 of those, I think, are great things. but that was also a little more reactive, right? We were in the meetings and we're getting feedback from the public and reacting to that. We had another meeting and changed plans. And then the other one that I really like is the Bear Creek Redwoods multi-use discussion, right? So it was maybe initially a little bit of reactive aspect, but then we had this process where people went out hiking with staff members and asking questions, could we do this? Could we do that? What about these different ideas? And then the staff came back with proposals based on that, right? Because the people who are out there don't understand all the constraints, but they're sort of asking these questions and expressing, what might be good solutions if we could do them. And for me, that process ended up being probably the most lightweight and more proactive, right? It enabled our staff to soak in that input in a pretty lightweight and effective way and come up with these really good ideas, right? Really good solutions to the problems that did incorporate people's ideas. And the people who are involved in that that I've spoken to were really liked that process, right? So I think we can think about this in terms of these, can we move to that more proactive but lightweight solution? And I think in this document, there's actually a suggestion that says, okay, maybe you can have these smaller groups of people. We know a lot of the people who have been engaged over a long period of time that want to provide input and have good input to bring. So I think we could really make use of that.
And going along with that, I'll go back a little ways just to give one more nod to our constituents, is when I was first joining the board and saw the Red Barn project, I was quite frankly taken aback. And the public really spoke out against what was being proposed, and what resulted in that was, a working group. And I think the result is far improved over what was originally conceived. So my point of that, to go along with the examples that Craig gave, is, when these conclude, are there kind of downloads, if you will, with the members of the public, with the people who are participating in these working groups, about what could we have done better? What could we have done to be more efficient? To kind of create a model for how to do either a more intensive or a more lightweight, as your example, Craig, Director Gleason. So if we can come up with a model that will benefit from the prior projects that we have done, the prior studies that we have done. And just one quick point is, you mentioned there are people who are known to be involved or active in various areas, either types of projects or geographic areas. And if they could be, if outreach could be accomplished with them early on, and then it be transparent with the board, this idea came from, this constituent. So it's all transparent, and the person who's giving input in that regard gets some level of credit in quotes here, but a recognition for their involvement, because they're a volunteer, and we recognize our volunteers, right? And they are definitely volunteering. So it's I hope a win-win.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I do agree. The shift to public engagement over the last 5 years has been really great. And it has brought in a lot of great ideas. And I agree, we need to give some thought to how we can do that, on some reproducible basis, I guess. But the thought did occur to me, I guess, and we're looking at the environmental. One thing that wasn't mentioned is where, possibly where we could, I don't know, well, maybe how much time could be saved. But AI is changing a lot of things. I don't know whether you didn't mention, when you talked about the workload. So I don't think we need to be afraid of, taking jobs away from anyone, because I think we have plenty of work for everyone. So, if we can encourage the use of AI where it makes sense and divert them to the new demands such as public engagement and such.
If I could just reflect a little bit on some of the good comments that my colleagues have made. If I look, though, at where public engagement, I think, has been most efficient, it's been when I think staff has been kind of in a more of a either a leadership or a working with staff. Where I think that really imploded at times is when it came in to us kind of from above. So let me give 2 examples. I still remember the meeting at La Honda Elementary School when the POG came up, and just kind of looking at staff's eyes when we said, well, we're going to form a committee. And we learned, I think it was a good outcome, but gosh, that was an expensive approach. It took a long time. It took a lot of staff. Probably came up with some good ideas, but I think that's where I think we need to be careful about how do we incorporate staff into the quote good idea, because where I think, for example, the POG for Hawthorns, I think that was a little bit more of a staff was right there with them. It didn't kind of come in over; it kind of came through. So I think that was really helpful. So I think there's, again, it's I like the idea of more public engagement and so on, but I want to be smart in how we do it, which I think everybody would agree with, of how we engage with that. And so maybe a question, how are we going to approach this differently than Anna, or is this let's call it out and then let's just be careful going forward?
I think it's a little bit of both. I wanted to raise this here to see if there was an agreement with the board in thinking about engagement a little differently. And it sounds like there is. There's a willingness. And so that does open the door then for us to think about how can we create a different model based on everything we've learned, all the good lessons and all the challenges. And find a different way, a different approach that we think would be a lighter weight and still get the results that we're looking for, meaningful input, and be able to bring something to you much more quickly. Which I think that for the public's sake too, it's a big benefit for them, because to have these projects take so long. Many people start to forget what was even discussed and agreed upon to begin with, and so having these projects move a little bit faster, I think, will benefit them as well.
Yeah, one last, if I might. I really do also appreciate this conversation, and I'm hearkening back to our general manager concentrating more, wanting to concentrate more and more on Measure AA and needing to deliver projects more quickly. So I do really appreciate that delineation between lightweight and heavyweight public participation opportunities that we create. And so, yes, if we can find ways to effectively and comprehensively engage the public in more lightweight ways that allow us to move more quickly and efficiently, let's do it. So I appreciate the conversation and all the thoughts that have been brought up. So.
But let's use a different term than lightweight.
Right. Okay.
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I butt in for a second? Thank you. I think each project might require not a formulated approach. Let me see. My experience with this has been on the Skyline field office, which is a radical change for the community. And so I myself, if it's all right with you, have just been reaching out to my constituents. What do you think? Is this an okay? Expecting a lot of pushback. And everybody's like, oh, we love Midpen. We really wanted. I hope I've just heard from the people from enough of a cross section. But it's really fascinating to me that this is a project that is. I mean, who knows what it's going to be like when we start building, but I was very happy with the response that I got from my community up there because it's pretty radical. And so I'm wondering, I hope it doesn't come back to bite us in the butt when the building starts, but I think it'll be okay. And I just don't know what's different about that project from, for example, the Bear Creek Stables project. And we'll just have to see. So I think what I was just trying to say is I'm not 100% certain we can approach the public outreach for each project in the same way.
All right. Appreciate the discussion. Do we need public comment? Madam Clerk?
We have no public comment.
Okay.
Okay.
Then I will turn it over to AGM Malone for strategic plan, goals, and objectives.
Good morning, board. A couple of things that I did want to mention from the discussion we were having, particularly like the example of the Bear Creek multi-use. And I do think that was a great public outreach. It did take a lot of staff time. And we came up with a solution that the community bought into. But as far as delivering MAA deliverables, keep in mind that it's now $1.5 million, $2 million additional that's not funded by MAA to deliver the MAA project to have a multi-use trail, plus probably I would say about 3-4 years additional time to deliver that MAA deliverable of a multi-use trail that we could have, with the exception of the entrance, already delivered with the previous plan. So I think moving forward, you're as a board are going to have to keep that in mind, that it's also money and time that you have to look at in making those decisions. Because yes, we're going to have a better trail system there, but is it going to impact delivering the primary deliverables for other measure areas? So that's going to be a trade-off moving forward. And then I also just wanted, because there was a specific question about our environmental partners, the San Mateo Resource District has become an incredible partner. That's a partnership we're deepening. One of my favorite projects just completed was Fish Passage on Little Butano Creek. I think you saw that in the biweekly. That was a project not funded by Midpen, so they can bring grant dollars with projects. They're also bringing a lot of grant dollars to the Johnson Ranch Ponds project. We met out on the coast and had a lot of discussions about that. We're actually going to, expand that as much as possible as the board requested. And then, we have this wonderful science symposium coming up beginning of next year. That's really through that Santa Cruz Mountain Stewardship Network. That's another great partnership. But we are definitely, and not just in natural resource protection, but deepening our partnerships throughout the communities.
And Brian, you said that was San Mateo what?
San Mateo RCD, Resource Conservation District. Yep. And they've really grown their expertise in the creek restoration and Fish Passage. We've worked on them with multiple projects. We'll likely be able to really hand off projects like the upcoming Lobetus Creek Fish Passage to them and provide funding that they can actually deliver some of our MAA objectives. All right, so
Brian, sorry. Thank you for bringing up those points. I really appreciate that, number one. Number two is, okay, get ready, because when we bring yet another idea or another public input, I really expect staff to come back with then to say, okay, get ready for another 2 years or get ready for another $1 or $2 million, and not be afraid to say that. I mean, channel Mike Foster and say, I'm going to tell you what it's going to cost you, and not, and so, because I think that would be helpful for us.
Yeah. And I think we had that discussion, but it's difficult. I can, to sit in your position where you have the public who has come
Exactly.
to you and really brought up an improved plan, right?
Yeah.
And how do you say no to that, even if it's going to cost more and take more time? But
Yeah.
that's something that you have to integrate into your thinking.
Yeah. And I just want to invite, I hope
Yeah.
staff feels
Yes.
empowered to give us that data as well.
Absolutely. Yep. All right. So just a quick rehab on our kind of conceptual model for doing the strategic planning. We have our mission, of course, and then we have a strategic plan. That's what we're going to be working on today. And then the vision plan, which is all our 52 projects. I think I got that number right. And MAAs within that. And then that gets developed into the budget and action plan. So everything that we just went through for our environmental scan is what informs our discussions when we're looking at our strategic plan to make recommendations to you as a board to adopt. So you'll see there was a question, like, should we point out the focus on MAA? So here in our first strategic plan goal, promote and establish and implement a regional environmental protection vision with partners. Objective 1, right? We talk always about the vision plan, but we're looking at adding that increased focus with a focus on Measure AA funded projects to really let the public know that that's what we're focusing on. And some other things might drop off, right? The great thing is we have all this public input that is really prioritized these top 25 projects. And sometimes I myself am like, oh, but that also means we're not going to be able to go do this other thing, right? But that's important that we maintain that focus to deliver what we promise to the public. Objective 2, pretty simple change here, but the communication of our implementing a regional environmental protection message, that communication has become a really big part of how we do our work. It's been really great to see public affairs really integrating, using staff. We had a great presentation with a young photographer yesterday who worked with staff to really highlight some of our programs, including reducing rodenticide use. For those that want to have really the iconic picture he had was a picture of a coyote affected by mange, which can be impacted by rodenticides, and then a healthy one side by side, and then also bats and stuff like that. So the communication is a big aspect of doing that. I think our interns have really helped with that as well in public affairs. If you follow us on Instagram, you will see some hilarious, including a maintenance staff flying on a pole saw, which might not meet OSHA requirements, but I assume that was the trick of videography. But the communication is a big one there. And I think as I'm going through these, I'll run through them and then we'll go back and then take comments on each of them. So you'll see a lot of suggested changes here. And this first one in Objective 1 really gets at something that we were already having a discussion about, and that's the balance, a land management approach that balances public access and natural resource protection. And this is in here because it really identifies work that we've been doing, conversations that we have internally as staff. Probably the most recent was bike access at La Honda, where we talked about adding bike access, but not utilizing the easy to accomplish. One of our goals at La Honda in the master plan was to have a bike loop, but it was informed by natural resources looking at badger habitat and mountain lion habitat. So we said, okay, no, we're going to go this trade-off. We'll look for a bike loop later in the future. And that's a delay, right? Again, we're not immediately delivering the MA objective, but that's what we are always doing. And there's a question about, whether it should be just balance or one has a priority. But we already are really driven by that first item I talked about, delivering MAA for all these public access projects. So it's just a reminder to us that, yes, we are going to be pushing all these public access projects, but we have to balance that with natural resource protection. And fortunately, we have a great natural resources staff that is always making sure that we're, we know the choices that we're making when we're adding public access. And then objective 2, it's really just talking about the 2 things that we do, maximizing intact core habitat. That's both with our just acquiring and preserving land, but then also looking about public access. So, an example is the Conservation Management Unit at La Honda, where we have a complex of ponds where we hope in the future to reintroduce San Francisco garter snake, and we have a really healthy population of red-legged frogs. So that core habitat is kept intact, and we make sure that public access doesn't divide that, and that they're connected by wildlife corridors, which is already in there. But that's, our basic work that we're doing is this intact habitat and then connecting through wildlife corridors. And then moving on to objective 3, and it's actually written out here, SPARK, right? Since the PNR has already looked at it and will be coming to the full board for adoption, since we're establishing this strategic plan for adaptation and resilience to climate change, I don't think I could have remembered it either unless it was written out there, but I'm sure Sophie could. That's her project. So we're specifically calling that plan out to expand resilience of the district's operation, regional landscapes, and sensitive populations of native species. This is really taking the next step, right? We're doing what we can to reduce our emissions, but then we also have to manage our preserves, knowing that there's still going to be major impacts of climate change. And you guys are aware of that, and we're just publicly announcing that this is the way that we're going to work towards addressing those changes is through this strategic plan for adaptation and resilience. And then that kind of replaces the last sentence or portion of a sentence at the end. And then moving on to objective 4, as you know, I'm ultimately in charge of a lot of the wildland fire work that we do with our departments. And, for many years now, we've had this objective to work with fire agencies to strengthen the prevention and preparation in response to wildland fires. But I've found that one of the key components is to talk to people about how we do it in an ecologically sensitive manner, and getting people ready for our implementation of prescribed fire, which wasn't specifically called out before. So I believe adding these 2 components will really help the public understand that, yes, we're strengthening our preparation for fire and also taking care of the environment. We kind of, public comment, we have kind of a split. We have people asking us to do more, and then we have people asking, concerned about, we got letters on the work on the Chemise Trail. And Cody is fantastic. He writes a response to let them know everything we looked at in preparation for doing that work. And then we, quite often that person will respond like, "Oh, wow, that's great that you are looking at all those natural resources before you're implementing this." So that's really identifying that aspect of our fire program in the strategic plan goal. Goal 3, we have fewer changes recommended here, but in objective 3, because we have been looking with all our major new projects to have an ADA or easy access component. Probably one of the coolest ones has been the Grasshopper Trail easy access with that mile loop, just great for families, and anyone that doesn't have the capacity to, take our, what I guess about a 11-mile out and back hike for our new 6 miles of trail that we added. They can come there and enjoy that and just have a fantastic afternoon. And now moving into strengthening organizational capacity and long-term financial sustainability. Objective 1, we just wanted to add that we're doing this to support organizational effectiveness, to kind of give the reason that why we're working on resources, tools, staff facilities. Obviously, staff facilities is a big one that we're working on now, but it all aims to deliver what our mission is to the public. And then objective 3, evaluate new initiatives. Already, again, lots of good conversation around this objective, but evaluate new initiatives against the district's mission, strategic goals, capacity, state of readiness, and trade-offs. And really, we're going to be looking a lot of, our core work and MAA work. How does it affect those things? All right, so that's rolling through all of them. And earlier you were asked to hold your fire, so I guess now questions, comments, let's start working on this.
Karen?
So far away, huh?
Yeah.
So thank you for all of this. It's a lot of work and a lot of thoughts gone into this. One kind of overarching comment is I appreciate very much your keeping us focused on time and money. And that's, it's life, right? But there's time and money, and there's also quality.
Absolutely.
And so it seems like that's kind of a missing third leg of the three-legged stool, if you will.
Yeah. I mean, I would say one of those that what I would consider quality is that balance to make sure we're designing, because it does slow us down. We spent a lot of time on Persimmon Sea Trail working out how we could navigate some of these wetlands. And it caused a lot of extra time, but we worked on it and now we're delivering a better product, right? But so, yeah, that quality is always very important.
And you mentioned the word balance, which was in my next point. I only have 3, so I'm not going to, belabor all of this. But balance is the other thing. So in goal 2, objective 1, goal 2, objective 1, maybe, okay. So, take a regional leadership role in promoting the benefits of open space and a land management approach that balances public access with natural resource protection. This is kind of what we were talking about earlier, right, about priorities. I see balance, and it means in many situations, but in this, it means compromise or 50-50. That's what balance says to me. So I would rather see here, rather than balance public access, is, the prioritize, which is, from our mission or in consideration or something of that nature. But balancing is really kind of a red flag to me because nothing has priority. And again, it either means compromise or 50-50.
Yep, and that sounds like a specific thing that can be discussed by the board, and we could make a change potentially.
And this same point, same goal, objective 3, we've lost. It's here, but it's not really here. We have lost the protect viable populations of local native species. So I think in trying to incorporate some other things, we've lost some of the wording that really speaks to the native species, because the word protect in particular is lost. Before it said viable populations. So maybe we need that, but definitely protect is, expand resilience is one thing, protecting sensitive populations is another. So I'm concerned the word protect is lost.
For that, I'm trying to kind of come up with some changes. would you be amenable to moving that language up to lead by example, to reduce the impacts of climate change, to protect viable populations of local native species, colon or semicolon, colon, and then it lists what those are, what elements those are.
I think that would work, yeah. I appreciate the word protect getting back in there.
And Shaylin or Maria, are one of you capturing those edits?
I can pull that up on the screen if you'd like, so we can make the changes in real time.
But you did get that change just to capture it for now, for them to look at it and consider.
If you could send that to me, that would be fantastic.
Yes, I captured it.
Okay, and then the other change, Director Holman, related to balances. What, did you have language specific?
Yeah, two things. One is we could either just pick up the wording from our mission, ecologically sensitive public enjoyment and education or access, to change that. But ecologically sensitive is, I don't know if we can improve on that language, but balance is, it doesn't work for me. So ecologically sensitive.
Could you read how that would?
Okay, so I was trying to do this in real time. I was listening here. Land management approach that provides opportunities for ecologically sensitive public access.
Okay, Maria, did you capture that?
Kurt may have a shot at it.
Okay. Something I had the same concern, and so maybe and a land management approach that allows for ecologically sensitive public access with natural resource protection, or because to me, I had trouble coming up with. I had the same issue with balance, but if we go back to our mission, we're saying ecologically sensitive is within our mission. So I think by incorporating that, I'm less concerned about the power of balance.
But I thought what you were saying was also eliminate the word balance.
Right. How about a land management approach that provides ecologically sensitive public access while prioritizing natural resource protection?
I like that.
Yeah, good.
So I went back. Let me see. I couldn't find the newest copy of the basic policy. I know we worked on that, but the old one is on there. And it does say specifically, I guess the words are, the district's highest priority is acquiring land to complete the green belt and to protect natural resources on open space land, period. So, it's, and then public access will be provided gradually to ensure higher priorities of acquisition and resource protection are maintained. Mm-hmm. So, it's pretty crystal clear in the basic policy that, so it's, it's the overall goal, protect the overall, blah, blah, blah. So you could, let me see, I don't know. It's, we take a regional leadership role in promoting the benefits of open space. I don't want to make a mishmash of things and just kind of keeping but
maybe Brian, if you can say it one more time.
Yeah. Are you okay with Brian's?
All right. So take a regional leadership role in promoting the benefits of open space and a land management approach that provides ecologically sensitive public access while prioritizing natural resource protection.
While prioritizing, okay.
Because we are going to have to drive to provide MA public access projects, but we are always prioritizing natural resource protection. And, it is obviously a balance, right? Some areas would be, better off without public access, but what we're doing is we're figuring out what those areas are, and then we're limiting public access into those areas.
Okay.
I'm good with the word you came up with. If we could see it on the screen, that would be terrific at some point.
Brian, can you provide that please to Shaylin so we can incorporate it into the notes?
Yes. Why don't we, I think we'll, can we tag that one?
Let's tag it. We
and
can
then-
pause, have a quick break. We can make sure that we could capture the right language.
Or
before-
should we move on to the other ones?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
So we think we have something worded that we'll put up on the board for the board to consider for objective one. So then we can move on to other goals and objectives that the board wants to discuss.
So we know that objective one needs a little bit of wordsmithing.
Yes, we're gonna modify 1 and 3 because they're not quite there yet, but yeah.
Could you go back to goal 1? Just, this is not a change. This is I really like what you did there with the build and strengthen diverse partnerships, implement and communicate a collaborative and science-based approach. There was a phrase that was used in the report that I thought really nailed it, and I think this is what this is trying to capture. It says the importance of communicating our science-based decision-making for guiding the careful stewardship and protection of natural resources to help people understand, value, and support the district's conservation-driven approach and decisions. I thought that's fantastic. I'm assuming that's what we're trying to say with the word communicate here.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yep.
There's a lot in there. I think it's really important, but I'm happy we made that change.
If I could, on objective 1, under goal 1, also, I'm wondering whether it would be appropriate to add increased, as in with an increased focus on Measure AA funded projects. Because it sounds to me like that's what we are doing this year. We are increasing our focus on Measure AA projects.
Pretty simple change. Is there just a head nod agreement on that with the board?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm seeing 4. So that would read continued implementation of the district's vision plan with an increased focus on Measure A funded projects.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, anything else on goal 1? Okay, not hearing anything. I'll move on to goal 2. So we'll bring back objective 1 with some of the suggested changes, and objective 3, bringing viable populations of local native species back into the front of objective 3. How about on any of the other objectives?
I just have a comment. I don't think there's any wording change. So I support the proposed language for objective 1 and objective 2. I think there's in this thing we're talking about that was balance. I think there's actually a best practice that incorporates Director Holman's comment about quality as well. That if you look at how people are approaching some of the projects, particularly the ones in Santa Cruz County, they have this explicit objective to, maximize the core habitat, right? They are calling out regions that we're not going to have public access in there. But they're also trying to maximize the quality of the public access in the places where they can provide it. And they've done some very interesting things in terms of, say, taking a trail system that was originally planned to go out into many different areas and kind of squashing it in on itself. So I think there are some best practices that we can really think about there to get to the quality of the solution while still achieving these other objectives.
Absolutely. All right, not hearing any other suggestions. Board President, can I move on to goal 3? So not a lot of suggested changes here, but any thoughts on goal 3?
Want to bring up the word balance again, Director Holman?
I'm very happy with the way it's worded currently. Do you have a suggestion? Not the word balance. Just checking.
Yeah, I also appreciate this change. I think it is something, obviously people have been more vocal recently in asking us to do these things. And again, I think some of the recent projects, you mentioned Grasshopper Loop, but also the more recent projects at Skyline Ridge, Russian Ridge, and Pogus Ridge, I think are really terrific for this. And I appreciate that when, we hear about the Bear Creek parking lot, there's been discussion about an easier access loop there. So
no, the north parking area planned for Bear Creek, we have a pretty nice easy access loop laid out.
Yeah, I think it's great that we're thinking about this and really looking for those nicer opportunities. Thank you.
Actually, thank you, Director McNiven, because I'd overlooked this. It's on objective 3. It's like to equitably connect people. I didn't read carefully enough at the end of this. To their open space preserves and enhance the visitor experience in balance with the protection of natural resources. If we can go back to the same language that we put in objective 1 and goal 2, it's the balance. Thank you, Director McNiven, again.
Yeah, so your suggestion would be to reword the end of it.
Yes.
To equitably connect people to their public open space preserves and enhance the visitor experience while prioritizing the protection of natural resources.
Yeah, bingo.
Okay.
And for those making the changes, that's goal 3, objective 3. And Brian, could you repeat that one more time?
To read the whole thing, expand opportunities, including multimodal options and ADA easy access trails and facilities to equitably connect people to their public open space preserves and enhance the visitor experience while prioritizing the protection of natural resources.
I wanted to make a quick comment on that. I really appreciate Director McNiven bringing this to our attention, because one of the things that's been on my mind a lot, given a lot of press coverage around e-bikes and how dangerous they are, and the continued kind of comments that can filter in about how we need to allow e-bikes on our trails. And I like the fact that this continues to prioritize natural resource protection and keep that firmly in mind when we address potential e-bike use on our preserves. So.
All right. Any other comments on goal 3?
Yeah, on goal 3, just so the editor knows that we lose. You're going to strike in balance with the protection. That whole phrase there gets deleted or struck.
Replaced with while prioritizing the protection of natural resources.
So so the correction is correctly captured.
Shaylin, I can't delete that portion that you added. So please delete the protection of natural resources in purple, since it's already there.
Yeah, but you delete everything after that.
Okay.
All of that gets deleted.
Yeah, I wasn't even paying attention to that screen, and now I understand the comment. Yeah.
I have a question about on goal 3, objective 4. In the environmental scan, we talked about working with tribal communities, and a lot of notes actually was we might want to rethink how we do that. I mean, for the better. They're not really mentioned here anywhere. Do we need I guess I just to the point.
Yeah, so
They are listed.
objective 2 is where we specifically talk about engaging tribal groups in the district's work.
Oh gosh.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. All right. I was looking at objective 4, and I think yes, it is I'm happy with that.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, that would also be one of the diverse communities that we serve.
Right.
Okay, Board President, can I move on to goal 4?
Please.
Wait.
Oh,
Sorry. Do we need to think about DEI?
Do we need to?
Well, it's interesting that that has become a very polarizing word.
Mhm.
Now, I, for one, still like it. I'm glad we're still continuing with that, but in grant making and working with the federal government and so on, does that attract unneeded attention? I guess
I mean,
yeah, feel free to comment.
I can start, and I
Yeah.
think we have Carol here too. Yes, it's become very polarizing. And it's certain entities out there are looking and reducing or restricting funding when these sort of terms and programs are present.
Right.
We have been keeping our our attention and awareness up to see how that might affect us. It has not currently affected us yet, and we hope it does not. There's ramifications in keeping it, and there's potential ramifications, and there's ramifications if you remove the language. You can certainly change the language to use other terms, but that also sets a certain message, perhaps, as well. So it's a, I appreciate you asking the question. It's not an easy one to answer because there's trade-offs on both directions. Carol, is there more that I'm not providing in terms of what the impacts could be for us? You can come up to the podium, yeah.
Good morning, Carol Schimke, Grants Program Manager. I don't have a lot more to add, but I thought an interesting recent anecdotal experience might be helpful to understand. We have put in have pending a proposal with FEMA for the Bear Creek Redwood parking lot culvert replacement. And we referred to and used language that referred to climate change impacts and why that would be an important piece of the consideration for replacing the culvert. And our team of consultants at Cal OES, at the Office of Emergency Services, followed up with a request for information, which gave us a direction to change the climate change language so that we remove it from the proposal so it doesn't get flagged. So it's that to me was one, we had a good partner to say, okay, well, we don't want to refer to climate change in the proposal so that we have a better chance of being successful there. But it just continues to showcase that we have to be diligent about the language we're using and how we frame it. I know that we've had an internal leadership level meeting around whether or not we're very visible with our DEI language on our website and through our strategic plan, and we are putting ourselves at some risk. I wouldn't say it's a great risk, but for example, we're looking at a couple of federal grant proposals for the Highway 17 crossing, and with those, we need to be aware that if we get funded for something like that, then we might draw attention to ourselves. These are a large dollar requests, so it's a trade-off. There's no great answer, but I think we're continuing to forge ahead from the conversations we've had internally to take the risk at this point. What's in jeopardy is the return of funds. If Trump administration says that they want to have nothing to do with the kind of framework that we've set forward.
So, I mean, the other thing I'll add on the other side of that is that this language and the work that we're doing is very important to our staff and to our community. So removing it would also send a message to them.
But I don't think I'm advocating or bringing up, I'm not advocating either way on this. Let's continue the work. It's the right work to do.
Yep.
It's just, unfortunately, DEI is just, it's just become a word search that can we, should we, or let's be consistent, I guess. You guys have had discussions about this internally. I guess I'll look at you, Anna. Is this consistent with other words and terminology and policy that we have within?
The way I have handled it, because it is a difficult thing to know how to maneuver, is for any existing documentation or policies that we have in place, I have not changed the language.
Okay.
But for new references, I might modify the language. Still with that intent.
Yes, absolutely.
The intent is still
question about
there,
the intent,
but
question.
perhaps not use that exact phrase.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to say I appreciate that question very much. And I am 101,000,000% in favor of keeping this language as it is in our documents. And I understand, I also appreciate staff's sensitivity to it, and I'm sure that will continue. If we need to fine tune for certain large item grants, we will. But I think it would be a dreadful message to send to our staff and to our constituents if we were to back away at this point. It would feel like caving to something that would make me really upset. So, yeah.
So I've been working on diversity issues for many, many decades. Before it was kind of coded as DEI, right? I mean, so one simple change might be just to strike out the acronym DEI. I mean, because that is kind of a catchphrase. Keep the diversity, equity, and inclusion, because those are our values which are still core to Midpen. And maybe instead of DEI in the third line, just say either repeat the diversity, equity, and inclusion, or diversity or something. So that it's just a minor change.
If the board were to make a change, I mean, I think that we could definitely message that to our community and staff. It is something, when I hear someone's against DEI, it's like, I do think about the words. Oh, so you're against diversity? No, how could that be? You're against equity? How could that be? Or you're against inclusion? Those are all messages we want to send to our staff. So that would, that's a possible change.
So are you saying
just
remove
the
DEI?
the acronym? Just remove the acronym. Yeah.
I'd support that, and hopefully we won't be in the same climate, if you will, for too much longer. But it is kind of a red flag. So long as we keep the words diversity, equity, inclusion, and I agree with, I think all the comments been made, we don't want to lose that. But just take out the DEI, because that's kind of a red flag.
Because this is, kind of a really difficult decision and conversation. I just want to make sure, is that where the majority of the board would like to go?
I would like to ask, Zoe raised an interesting point, that there's a principle here. And to even go that far to DEI, even to remove the acronym, is kind of capitulating. And so the question here, I think, is, do we want to say, damn the torpedoes, if you will, we're just going to do that? Or, I get that, or do we go with where Anna's words impacted me, though, to say, we're thinking about how to reword this appropriately given the current environment. Is that, is that what you said as far as kind of going forward?
I mean, essentially, I'm not changing any prior documents. I'm
Yeah.
not
Okay.
rewording that, but moving forward, I still have that intent is still there. These are, for me, these are words, right? We can use a different language, but the intent is what matters.
Right.
So, I sometimes use a different language, sometimes, or I use a combination of this with other language, belonging, other words that essentially lead to the same understanding.
So then I guess a question would be, Anna, is the impact on the people that are looking at us out here right now. I mean, they've got to go back to their teams, and will this, because in effect, removing the acronym is a way to hopefully help ameliorate some of what Carol, told us about. But on the other hand, if that's gonna send a negative message, because we've talked about the culture of this place, which is so important, then I guess I would side with Zoe on that. If on the other hand, if staff's kind of with
right. I guess
where
the
you-
way I see it, and this is my own personal view, is your actions matter more.
Oh, absolutely.
So the fact that we have programs that reach out to unrepresented communities,
Right.
the fact that we fund those type of programs, the fact that we have, as part of our projects, trails and facilities that are easy access, that look at different physical abilities
Right.
of the whole of our community.
Right.
The fact that when we do outreach, we're looking at ways to obtain input and embrace and bring in communities that aren't necessarily part of the conversation all the time.
Right.
That matters more to me
Right.
than language.
Yeah.
So as long as we continue to move forward in that direction and we are communicating that to the public through our Views newsletter, through our e-news, through other communications, that to me shows that we do value these principles and we're acting on them. But that's me.
Yeah.
Can I just add one thing to that, which is, I appreciate what you just said, Anna, and that is how we go. So we're not changing our values. We're keeping the implement diversity, equity, and inclusion. Deleting or striking the DEI acronym is, I look at it a little bit different than capitulating, because we're not changing our values, we're not changing what our focus is, we're not changing what our actions are going to be. We're just, from my perspective, taking a target off our backs. Because that's the environment that we live in. But again, our values are clearly stated here: diversity, equity, inclusion.
I still feel like it's a capitulation. I just do, but that's me. So I understand that this is a very difficult.
Yeah, I don't think it's capitulation.
It's difficult.
Yeah.
So I'll go with, if the majority says to take that out, I will go, but I'm not in support of it. That's all I can say. I don't want to see us bow down.
Yeah, so I'm torn on this one. I actually, on an absolute level, I like the language better without the acronym. I think for me, it works better that way. But I also have the concern about doing this, in reaction to what I think is a really unfortunate situation and political climate. So I don't actually feel great about changing the language for this reason. What's that?
But where do you come down on it?
I mean, I can support either way. I think if it were just me, I would leave the language as it is.
Just one other person in this room that might be able to help us with that. And Candace, I'm wondering, does our DEI reports into you, right?
Yeah.
And I don't want to force you to go and speak, but I'm just thinking you probably would have a perspective here that might be helpful for us.
Candace Bassnight, HR manager. Yes, DEI reports to me, but it's the general manager's program. So she's kind of dotted line, meaning that Anna oversees all the work that we do, and I directly supervise the DEI specialists. I don't want to change the language. I feel that we've had a lot of staff that have come to us, be it interns or new staff, that said they were attracted to the district because we had that on the website. I think sometimes it takes courage to step forward and call a thing what it is. I don't have much more to say than that. So.
Thank you. Should we have a vote?
Just a minute. This one's a tricky one, and I can hear both sides of the issue. And I'm trying to determine which is the most significant for me personally. And the values that we have been bringing forward, it's just really tragic that waving a flag generates so much reaction. Well, what really is our underlying value structure besides the terms? It sort of does say we think these are significant enough that we'll point to them in a manner that could or probably will generate a lot of resistance, and we will lose some support. Hopefully, we will gain some support that matches our values. So I think we do need to do a vote on that specific issue. And so we really do need to have that on the record. So the issue is, a yes vote would indicate keeping the DEI designation. And so I would like to call for the question, please.
Director Gleason.
Just to clarify, you said yes means keep the language.
Yeah,
Okay.
keep the DEI as
Keep the acronym.
an acronym.
Yeah, and I'll say yes.
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 Well, I can see where this is going. And so in the spirit of unanimity and Candace's words, you're always so good. Candace's words pretty much persuaded me anyway, but it's just a sad state of affairs where we are right now. But I'll vote yes.
I suppose ditto. No. Well, we already have 4 votes.
I didn't hear, sorry.
Yeah.
I'll vote yes. In the spirit, we've hopefully only got 3 more years. And then after that, we can go back to where we were.
All right. Thank you, board, for that difficult decision. With that, hopefully move on to easier topics to discuss on goal 4. If we could get through goal 4, that will give us the opportunity to make sure that we have all your changes correct, but that's at the board president's discretion if you need a break.
keep going.
Actually, nodding heads, I guess we go to roll forward.
Okay. So we're on goal 4. So are there any comments or suggestions?
I have a question. Nowhere in here did I see any reference to AI. And it feels like maybe we need to have some reference in here, or I'm not sure where we're at with an AI policy, or how staff's been discussing this and whether it's.
Looks like the CFO is stepping up to address
Okay.
that. I mean, there is obviously technological in their language already,
Right,
but we can talk more about where we're headed with AI.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Stefan Jasler, CFO. We are working on an AI policy. Our IST manager has a draft that will start circulating and reviewing and developing further. Part of the issue with AI has also been that we need to make sure that all the data and all the information is stateside, whereas somebody, ChatGPT, is not necessarily stateside, and we're not certain about that. So we're venturing into it. We have at least 2 staff members that regularly attend AI meetings in San Jose, in the city of San Jose. They've taken the national lead on this for local governments. So we're definitely participating. We're looking at it. We will probably not later this calendar year because it's almost over. Next calendar year, wade into it with some Microsoft Copilot type of assistance on AI, and then see where we can further lead to. We'll take it one step at a time, deliberately, cautiously, intentionally, eyes wide open, not bleeding edge, but also not lagging too much, cooperating with all the other entities around us, and keeping our eyes and ears open.
And with that description and an explanation, I think I feel comfortable with objective 3 covering that. So yeah, thank you.
All right. So if there's no further comment or discussion on goal 4, we can either take a break or take public comment first and then take a break.
We have no public comments.
And that was quick.
Yeah. Then we need a motion at some point.
Well, would you like to take a break and then we could finalize the recommended changes and then have them up on the board?
That work? Yeah.
Okay.
Let's do that.
And how long would your break like?
Can we do it in 10 minutes?
We could probably do it in less. Yeah.
Okay,
5.
let's go for 5. I think we're back in session. Thank you for the pause that refreshes. Okay, Brian?
All right. So now up on your screen, you should see how we have incorporated the board's recommendations. And we just want to review those and ensure that was what your direction was. And then the board can review the entire strategic plan, goals and objectives, and vote on adopting them. Oh, here they are. All right, so I will just read them, the ones that we've made changes to, and then we'll move through the entire goals and objectives that way. And
Do we need to even read? I mean, we can read
if
them.
the board doesn't feel that's necessary, you can just read them. We'll give you a little bit of time to go through the changes and then move the screen up.
On goal 2, objective 3, do we need the in front of viable?
Could you repeat your comment?
Goal 2, objective 3 has the modification was to protect the viable populations of local native species.
Yeah, so the should be taken out.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Do we also have native species in there twice? Lead objective 3. You want to read objective 3?
Yes. Lead by example to reduce the impacts of climate change, to protect viable populations of local native species, implement the climate action plan to reduce operational emissions, establish the strategic plan for adaptation and resilience to climate change, to expand resilience of district operations, regional landscapes, and sensitive populations of native species, and to protect the capacity for long-term carbon storage of open space lands. And so is your comment like to remove the second mention of sensitive populations of native species?
Emphasize it.
Or to remove it from the top and leave it there?
Not the top.
Huh?
Leave it on the top.
Leave it on the top? And
I just wondered if it was redundant.
it is a little redundant.
Redundant or emphasizing it more,
Yeah.
which is important. Up to you.
I agree. It is redundant. And then also, don't we need a semicolon on the 1, 2, 3, fourth line down after climate change? Don't we need a semicolon after change? Is to expand resilience of district operations. Isn't that another thing? Don't we need
So that's what the Spark would be doing. So the Spark, we would establish the Spark to expand resilience of district operations. So I don't believe a semicolon would be appropriate.
Would it be clarifying since in order to expand resilience, or there's a result of expanding resilience, or something? It's a lot of twos to me.
Okay, so in order to expand resilience?
Something of that nature. If others.
Here's a suggestion. Do you even need those qualifiers? Because the whole paragraph is to reduce impacts of climate change. Should it just say establish the Spark?
Yeah.
I think it's kind of nice to have it there. So it's kind of a reminder of what Spark does.
I think this whole thing needs a diet, to tell you the word diet. So I'm all for reducing, but.
Is it possible to see this as a version that doesn't include the strikeout, so we can see really how long it is? Because right now it looks like it's like, 6 lines of Can we see a clean version of it?
Yeah, I think we'll get that up in a second.
Or perhaps if you keep the two, it's just to expand resilience. And you don't need district operations and regional landscapes because it's resilience across the district.
I'm thrown by the colon after local native species.
Oh, semicolon there?
It's
No, I know, like it should be a semicolon.
That probably would do it, yeah.
Okay. If only my fourth grade English teacher could see me now.
Mine was Mrs. Smith. What was yours?
We could probably top it off after district operations. And regional landscape, we top it off after building. We need the leave the regional landscape place and put a period. No, okay, right. Right, never mind.
And then your suggestion would be to remove all the language after that? Or keep it, remove it? So if we go with that, it would be lead by example to reduce the impacts of climate change, to protect viable populations of local native species, implement the climate action plan to reduce operational emissions, establish the strategic plan for adaptation and resilience to climate change in order to expand resilience of district operations and regional landscapes, period.
I'm okay with keeping the and protect the capacity, but there's also the comma after operations in the next to last line should go away.
Any board thoughts or comments on keeping the last segment of it or removing it?
Let's remove it.
I have a different comment about the very lead line. Lead by example to reduce the impacts of climate change to protect the valuable. Shouldn't there be a comma after change? Because we're having group of elements. Otherwise, it's just sort of seems run on.
I don't think a comma there works because we're reducing climate impacts in order to protect viable populations.
Yeah.
So.
All right.
So I had two that wanted to delete the last segment. Are there two additional or do we keep it?
I'm in favor of reducing some language here. It does seem wordy.
Okay, I've seen 4 to end at regional landscapes.
And one other change, if I could, just hopefully clarifying, is lead by example to reduce the impacts of climate change in order to protect viable. Makes it a little more sensical.
Okay, seems to read okay.
Another nod to Mrs. Smith.
And Maria, who's working in the background. I said, and to Maria, who's working in the background.
Yes.
Places the rhythm.
All right, so is the board president satisfied with objective 3?
Let's rock and roll.
Okay, could you go back into track changes?
Thanks to staff for their effort to help us get this sorted.
Thanks to the board for making it easier to read and understand.
Maria's kind of like our Vanna White.
Yeah.
If we get a final shot, we need a motion to adopt.
Well, go for objective one again after the word disasters. No comma there.
All right, I think everyone's had a chance to read through all the proposed changes. Board President, would you like a vote on adopting it?
If I can get a motion to adopt, yeah.
I'll move to adopt the language as modified.
Okay, moved and seconded.
Roll call, Director Gleason,
Yes.
Director Kirsten Tucker,
Yes.
Director Riffle,
Yes.
President Sear,
Yes,
Director Holman,
Yes.
Director Kishimoto, yes, Director McNiven.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0 with the edits.
thank you. Okay, then, well, how are we doing in terms of timing and sequence? We have item 4 left, and then agendas, items 2 and 3. Following item 4. Implementation status of the financial and operational sustainability model, or FOSSUM, the refresh recommendations.
Okay. Stefan Jaslak, CFO. I will walk you through the update on the FOSSUM refresh. As you remember, Measure AA prompted the original FOSSUM back in 2014, 2015, and we implemented 92% of the original study by about 2020. By 2023, we collectively, staff and the board, realized that a refresh of the FOSSUM was needed because some of our programs had changed, additional programs, additional land, things that were not necessarily foreseen in the original FOSSUM. So that exercise was undertaken. 49 recommendations that led to 58 implementation actions. Some of the recommendations were multiple implementation actions. And we spaced those over 3.5 years. And this is our annual, I think our second annual report on the progress. So in fiscal year 24, and the way we space them out is it is the start of each implementation action, not the completion, because sometimes they take much longer than a couple of years. So as you can see, the green is all the ones that are complete, and the orange, yellow-ish color is in progress. So you can see for FY24, every single recommendation and implementation action is checked off. Then in FY25, we chopped it up into 4-month segments to keep track of it. Again, all of them are either completed or in progress. Then the same thing for FY25, the remainder of it. A lot of them are in progress, a lot of them are completed. FY26, a similar situation where we are now. This goes through October, we're in December. So the next slide will show you remaining part of FY26. And you can see that just about everything is in progress. There's a few of them that are planned for FY26 later on, basically after the holidays or towards the summer to start. And then lastly, for FY27, we've already completed one of them. So what I'm trying to say, and I'm not trying to rush the board through all this, but it means that we are on target, ahead of schedule, performing the way it was all mapped out as far as implementation of all of the recommendations and implementation actions. If we put this in a graph, the blue, the lighter color is completed, and the purple, darker color is in progress. And again, you can see that FY24, 25, and 26, it's pretty much all colored in. And then for FY26, the remaining part, the taller one, there's 3 planned. And then FY27, we took a bite out of already. So 12 of them were ahead of schedule, initiated. And future key priorities include coastal management plan, and that was one of the ones that was broken up into multiple implementation actions, also due to additional staffing that we spaced out over several years. And then on the organizational side, we're still working on internal review authority. We've made progress on that. Also, decision-making process and evaluating career ladder. So we've made progress on all of those as well. I also have a graph on the position hiring update. As you recall, 93 positions were planned over the next decade, with 33 of them targeted for FY24 through 27. And we are on track to achieve those goals. You might wonder, well, why are there still 2 in progress in FY24 if we're so far on track and ahead of schedule? Those are 2 additional ranger positions. We have been recruiting rangers at a pretty good clip of like 3 or 4 per year. We had several vacancies and also a retirement here or there. So those are, it all depends on how you calculate filling them. Do we backfill those first, or do we check the box on the FOSM? We're showing it like this. This is in progress. There's already a new ranger recruitment cycle coming up soon. This week, I believe it was this week or maybe last week, 3 new ranger recruits started. So that's all actually working pretty well at this point. And then lastly, I have a graph that kind of shows the FTE increases versus the number of projects that we're tackling. And you can see that the upward line tracks on both sides. So the left side is the number of projects, which is the column, and it's divvied up over the 4 different programs that we have between land acquisition, natural resource protection, public access, and organizational. And you can see on the right side is the number of FTEs, but I think the red line, is the number of FTEs. And you can see where it goes up. Projects also commensurately go up. The caveat, of course, is that not every project is created equal. I would not want to compare Highway 17 with a driveway repavement. But it is a law of averages as far as that goes. And I think in aggregate and on average, it tracks pretty well. That concludes my update on the FOSM refresh. I'll open it up for questions.
Just a very quick question. I really like this graph, and everything you've presented so far seems great. But Stefan, if you were to extend this graph out like another 3 years, what do you foresee the trend line being? So, because our projects can't continue to be, or maybe they do. Do you see that project line continuing to go up?
Well, we have the 20 years remaining on Measure AA. There's a lot of projects there. And that's not even tackling priorities 26 through 50 something on the vision plan, right?
Right.
So there's quite a bit to do there. There's also quite a bit to do on, well, anytime we acquire land or property or initiate a new project, bring something online, there's maintenance and future projects
right
be spun off from that. Whether or not our total project load continues to go up, commensurately, that's a good question. We do have the FTE growth, but I think a little bit of caution at this point is also warranted. We need to keep an eye on our growth of revenue as well, with that in mind. So I can't really answer it necessarily in an affirmative or not, but we want to make sure that the extra work being done is reflective of additional FTEs requested, if that makes sense.
Okay, because what I was just caught a little bit by is the complexity of the projects that we're undertaking sometimes takes more people or takes more time in order to do that. And I'm just wondering as we go into the future, we're continuing to, I mean, we're going to continue to see our bar chart going up, right? And therefore, we're going to see that continuing up as well. I'm going to guess that's probably what we will see.
You'll see some of that. There's also the question: do we tackle more and more projects?
Right.
That's like what is it saying? Mile wide and an inch deep versus
right.
An inch wide and a mile deep.
Yeah,
something like that.
I know what you mean.
You know what I mean?
yeah, right.
So there's always trade-offs.
But I just think this chart is really getting at something I think important, and that is, if you will, a crude measure of productivity, if you will. I mean, the number of people we're bringing in, the number of projects that we're doing.
And, you know, I mean, I do have to mention that this is projects only, right? A lot of other work is being done as core in the on the general fund.
That's
a lot of the fire resiliency work, for example.
Yeah.
A lot of the maintenance, new trails, new maintenance, right? That is not reflected here. But like you said, it's a crude measure.
Okay.
No public comment?
No public comment.
Right. But now we're ahead of schedule, I believe.
No board action required.
No.
I'm going to turn to the district clerk. We are now at the lunch break. What are the directions for that?
I believe we're taking a half-hour lunch break. There should be food already in Longridge, so you're all set. Are we going to come back in 30 minutes from now, since we're ahead of schedule?
I have a question. Because we have a couple of board members who have to leave early, do colleagues think we could do lunch in 20 minutes, or does that make enough difference to matter?
I can do it.
I guess I'll ask the two people who have to leave early. Would that matter to you? 10 more minutes?
20 minutes is
Yes, I mean, we could certainly try to do lunch in 20 minutes. I will advise, we're going to be some testing, just to advise you, there's going to be some noise, not the car alarm, but maybe similar. Just we're testing some components for annual testing and it was scheduled today incorrectly, I guess. But that should take about a half an hour, but we can certainly try to come back in 20 minutes to try to move through our entire agenda.
Yep, that'd be better because, I mean, I need to leave at 12:45 or 12:40 at the latest. Yeah.
So, Board President, 12:05, does that work? Okay.
We were at the dais, so excuse me, we are up to item number 2. I'm sorry, go ahead.
You ready for me?
Yes, please.
All right. Good afternoon, board members. I'm Susanna Chen, Assistant General Manager. You went through some very heavy items this morning. Thank you for that very thoughtful discussions and very clear directions. Hopefully now you get to some fun stuff because this afternoon we're going to talk projects. So first, I want to give you an update on our Measure AA progress. As you all know, in 2014, voter approved Measure AA, which is a 30-year, $300 million general obligation bond for the district to implement our top 25 priority actions identified in our vision plan. These priority actions are capital projects, and they grouped in 25 portfolios, and they organized by geographic area of our preserve. The Measure AA expenditure plan, which lists all the portfolio, and along with all the priority actions, as well as the funding allocation for each priorities, was incorporated into part of the measures. So over the last 11 years, we have made significant progress on advancing our Measure AA priorities. The progress is summarized here. We have preserved over 10,000 acres of land. We also opened over 5,800 acres for public access. We built close to 36 miles of trails. We also constructed 3 parking areas, totaling 126 spaces to support public access. We also invested $48 million on the coast side, and we have a really robust conservation grazing programs. All those accomplishments that we have completed over the last decade. This is a very high-level Measure AA timeline. We started implementing Measure AA in June of 2014. And over the last 11 years, we have been working hard to deliver Measure AA projects. As of June 2023, we have completed 4 portfolios, meaning that we finished all the projects that under that portfolio that supports the commitments that we made within those portfolio. The 4 portfolios are listed here, including the South Bay, Portfolio 18, South Bay Foothills, Portfolio 23, Sierra Azul, Portfolio 2, Bayfront Protection, as well as Portfolio 9, Russian Ridge. And as of June 2025, we have invested approximately $140 million into our MAA programs. And we have been really good at bringing in grant funds to augment our Measure AA program. If we exclude the grant revenues or interest incomes, we have invested approximately $130 million of net bond proceeds into our Measure AA program. Yes. So we wanted to have a better understanding and better measurement of the progress of MAA program. And we used 2 indicators to measure the progress. First, we looked at how much work we have completed compared to the commitment we made in the expenditure plans. Every year, we prepare an annual bond accountability report. As part of that effort, we take a closer look at how we're doing with each portfolio. Through that process, we have an estimate on what is the % complete in terms of scope for each portfolio. We also measure how much we spend for each portfolio. That is a little bit straightforward. We take the expenditure for each portfolio, compare that with the funding allocation for the specific portfolio. Again, that will give us the percent complete in terms of spending for each portfolio. Using the information for each portfolio, there's a couple ways for us to estimate the weighted average for all the portfolio. One way to do it is to assign equal weights to each portfolio. We have 25 portfolios. Each one represents 4% of the overall program. Applying that to the percent complete of each portfolio, that gives us an overall average for the entire program. Another way to look at it is to assign weights of each portfolio based on the funding allocation of that particular portfolio. In other words, if a portfolio have higher funding allocation, it carries more weight. So that is another way for us to estimate the overall completion of the entire program. And using those calculation, those methods, the outcomes is summarized on the table before you. In terms of progress, we now estimate our program is at about 50 to 53%. In terms of spending, it's about 37 to 38%. But if we exclude the grant funds that we see that we put into the program, it's about 46 to 48%. All this number compares really well with the life of the program. We are 11 years into a 30-year program. It's about 37%. So all the numbers that we generated through different calculation methods compares really well with the life of a program. I wanted to share a few maps with you that graphically represents the work that we have done for our public access projects as well as our land preservation efforts. First, I want to show you maps that shows all our public access projects under the MAA programs. And the work that we do, we have to present it into 3 maps to cover our entire surface area. The first one before you is the northern part of our preserve. And the map shows works that we have completed over the last 11 years. It also shows the work that currently what we anticipate and going to go into construction within the next 3 years, as well as some of the projects that we anticipate will go into planning in the next 3 years. As you can tell, we completed 41.6 miles of new trails, and we opened over 7,000 acres for public access. If you pay attention, you probably notice that the number here is actually a little bit bigger than the one that I showed you earlier. I have an early slide that shows our accomplishment up to fiscal year June of 2025. That's because the map that we use here use our GIS database, which have the most up-to-date information. And the number here includes the La Honda Phase 2 trails, which we just recently opened to the public, about 6 miles. So this is the middle part of our preserve, our service area. Again, those work is graphically represented here. And then this is the south part of our surface area. And then we have the last map that I want to show you is our acquisitions using MAA funds. All the land that we preserved, over 10,000 acres, are represented here. Okay, so that concluded our updates on the Measure A program. Now I will open up for questions.
Does the 24 miles in the current 3-year window, does that include the SFPUC trail?
You mean the 41.6 miles?
Well, where it says under construction FY 27 to 29,
Oh,
24 miles, is that including the SFPUC trail?
I don't, Brian, do you, I don't,
I don't think so, but we'll double check that. We did add the SFPUC trail because it definitely meets the MAA goal of the Ridge Trail connection from Burisma. But I'm not sure if we reflected in those 24 miles. I think not, but we'll double check that.
Okay.
And get an
thanks.
answer before the end of the day.
yeah. Okay, yeah, so we will get back to you on that.
Susanna, could you go back to the, oh, were you going to ask a question? Did you have a question, Yurko? Could you go back to the north slide?
The which one?
The north one?
The north. Yes.
So if we have thoughts about properties that we'd like to see added in certain preserves, how best to communicate that? I mean, if there's some areas that we think are of interest or could be of interest to the district, is that something that we should have conversations with?
I
about,
would
or-
definitely, have those conversations with me.
Okay.
And then I can take a look at those with our real property department.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Well, just to say how helpful this update is to, and huge accomplishment to of the district.
Yeah,
for all the
yeah,
major projects
yeah.
done so far. Yeah.
Yes, we definitely accomplished a lot over the last decade. So I think there's public comments, right?
We have no public comment.
Okay, so if you're ready, I'm going to move on to the next items. Okay, so I'm also covering the next items. We just look back on our progress over the last 11 years. Now we're going to look forward to see how we're going to implement the rest of the MAA projects. We know that we have accomplished a lot over the last 11 years, but we also know that there's a lot of work ahead of us. In order to better plan our work over the next 20 years, we have developed a comprehensive Measure A project list that captures all the projects from start to end. The projects are organized by portfolios, and the development of the scope of those projects are based on ballot language, specifically those priority action commitment we made to the voters. The projects are categorized into 3 groups: projects that are already delivered, projects that we're currently working on, and projects that will be implemented. And the complete list is included in your packet and as attachment 1. As you look through that project list, you can see the projects are color-coded. For the ones that are already done, it's in blue. For the projects that we are currently working on, it's in black. And then the ones that we still need to work on, it's in red. In total, we have 36 projects that are already completed, and we are currently working on 55 projects, and there's 55 that to be implemented. Separately, we also develop an optional project list that captures projects that could further the goals of the priority actions. However, the completions of those projects are not necessary in order for us to meet the MAA commitments. So we will consider those projects as we plan out our work plan, but those projects do not have the same priority as the projects on the main list. We organize the optional project list the same way as the main list. It's organized by priorities. In total, we have identified 25 optional project lists. projects. So I wanted to mention that MAA does not identify specific projects. It identifies desired outcomes. As a result, there may be other individual projects identified at a future time that provide equal benefits to meet our Measure AA goals. And those projects could potentially, it's easier to implement or have a greater impact. So we wanted to reserve that flexibility to modify the scope of work or maybe make substitutions based on new information, such as a partnership opportunity, grant fund opportunity, and other considerations. So we want to reserve that flexibility to allow us to meet MAA goals. And all the projects will continue to be subject to board review and approval through the budgeting process before they got put into our plan for implementations. So the board will have the opportunity to review them if we recommend reducing scope or we recommend changing a project. We presented comprehensive or the draft comprehensive project list as well as the optional list to the board at your March retreat. So this is the second time you see we're bringing back this project list. Since March, we have worked on further develop, refine the projects that are to be implemented so that we can estimate the duration of those projects. And using the information, we are able to develop a master schedule for projects that are currently in the work and projects that we need to implement in the future within the next 19 years. So the master schedules that we have developed included as part of your packet includes projects on the main list and also on the optional list. As we're thinking about how to schedule the projects, we took into consideration sequencing, capacity, and resources at a high level. And in total, there are 110 required projects and 25 optional projects on our master schedules. I wanted to point out that of that 135 projects, 33 projects currently do not have an estimated start time or a completion date. 2 of them are projects that we already started, but at this time we cannot estimate the completion date for those 2 projects. One of them is a Rancho permanent carpool lot. We started the projects but have to put the project on hold, planning our negotiation with county part in terms of long-term management of the county part area. Another projects that we started, we made great progress on advancing that project is the Alma Bridge Road Newt Crossing projects. We made great progress. However, at this time, we cannot estimate when that project will be completed. The project is currently in 65% design, and the anticipation is that the county roads department will take over and carry the project into final design and construction. But because of the high cost of the project, the completion of the project is very difficult to estimate at this time. On that list, we also have 20 projects that are very speculative because they're related to acquisitions. Some of those projects are acquisition projects. Some of them are public access projects or natural resource projects that require us to secure additional land rights. So because we usually work with willing sellers, so at this time, we are not able to estimate the start or end date for those projects. We also have 9 projects that require more defined scope, or we're waiting for partners to start working with us. So those projects is also on the list. So all those projects are listed in attachment 4 in your packet, and everything is in one place. And we also provided a short explanation why we are not able to assign start date and end date at this time. Putting everything together in one place and having this master schedule for our remaining MAA program really provides us an opportunity to look forward, and it provides a lot of insight on the program. Based on our observations of the master schedules, we believe that the district is on track to complete the remaining MAA program within the bond timelines. That's the good news. However, we do notice that several public access projects are scheduled near the end of the MAA program, giving us really little room for change. We have very limited schedule flexibilities. We also noticed that the key project delivery departments, including the planning department, the natural resources department, our engineering and construction, as well as our land stewardship and trail department, will have to carry very heavy MAA workload over the next 19 years in order to complete the projects on our list. So in other words, we think that we're going to be able to make it. However, in order to make it, we have to stay focused. We have to prioritize the MAA projects, and we also want to make sure that we protect the resources to deliver those projects. When you looked at the schedule, it shows the lead departments. They're color-coded. If a project is led by planning, they get the one colors, and then you see projects that are different colors that is led by natural resource department. So it's making it very easy for you to look at the workload for each department. But the schedule does not tell the full stories. So all those key project delivery departments, they have to balance carrying their own projects while supporting other departments. So a lot of our projects need support from other departments in order to move forward. So the schedule, right, it's a very helpful tool, but it does not tell the full stories. So I just want to point it out to the board. Because what the schedule is showing us that we need to stay focused and prioritize our resources to deliver MAA project to meet our commitment. We anticipate that potentially we may have to defer or may have to slow down some of the non-MAA projects. For example, some projects that we think we can deliver in 2 years, but we may have to spend it into like 3 years so that we can reserve those capacity for MAA projects. In some cases, we may have to reduce the scope of work for those non-MAA projects in order to keep the priority for the MAA project. So that is something that as kind of one of our takeaway looking at this 20-year plan for the MAA program. Another ones that we want to point out is that, and as we discussed earlier this morning as well, that we wanted to remain focused on our scope, schedule, and budget, stay really disciplined, and try to not deviate from that, because change to the scope, change to the schedule will have impact on projects that are ongoing and potentially delay those projects. So I think this is actually my last slide about our 20-year roadmap. This is the reason why you have a conversation this morning about priorities, putting priorities on MAA project, because now we have a roadmap showing what we need to do in order to complete the MAA program within the next 19 years to deliver our commitment to the road trips.
So I'm gonna
Question.
I think
I have a
I'm
question.
done here.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for this. It's really helpful and well distilled. But it does make me ask, we've gone through the FOSM refresh and we have looked at staffing and what we need to do to meet our requirements in the future. As we look at this set of observations, are we on track? Do we need more? I mean, are the staffing projections that we had anticipated, are they still accurate? Are they still enough?
It's very good questions. I think without the FOSM staffing change, we would not have been able to actually put these plans together and meet the commitments. The FOSM change in staffing actually help us meeting these goals. For example, I used that as that example in the staff report, and use the planning department as an example, that they started 5 new MAA planning projects this fiscal year. Without the increase of staffing capacity in that department, we would not have been able to do that. So that work plan already reflected the impact of the FASM staffing increase, capacity increase. So what the work plan is telling us, with that increase, we will be able to do it, but we just have to stay focused and prioritize those projects, and also stay disciplined on keeping the scope, schedule, and budget as planned as much as possible.
So I might ask then whether we need to make that kind of analyze this on a yearly basis. So rather than waiting 5 years and going, oh, we need to really catch up.
Yes.
Given that we are feeling an increased pressure to deliver on these MAA projects, I am wondering whether we want to just put a pin in the the note to self that we need to make sure that the staffing projections that we had put in place are still adequate and appropriate. So, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Now that we have this plan established, it can be our kind of the baseline, and then I see this as a living document, and it gives us an idea looking forward at this point. But now we have a tool to help us to evaluate the progress, and are we still on track? Do we need to do more, or do we need to find a different way to do it? And now we have a tool to help us.
And just to repeat that, I think it is a very important tool for us to see where are we deviating from where we had planned back in 2025? What is falling behind?
Yeah, thank you very much for putting this together. I loved what we saw earlier in the year, and the extra detail here is amazing. So I really appreciate this. I think it's great for people to see the additional detail on what these projects are. The breakout of the optional versus the required is extremely helpful. So I really like having this planning in this document. One general question is some of the timelines are fairly long, and I wanted to understand if that's reflecting uncertainty, and it's actually for example, a shorter construction schedule that's within this longer window, or is it there are multiple things going on over that time, or it's really just a long project?
Yeah, when we assign the duration to a project, we kind of based on our prior experience, right? So this morning we have very good conversations about how we can prioritize to look for ways to expedite our projects, and how we can be more efficient when we delivering projects. That's something that we will be working on to see if we can reduce those duration of projects. So, but right now, what is on paper is based on our experience on the similar type of projects.
Suzanne, I'm just a little bit confused on the optionals. So you've been very clear, all of you have been very clear. We really need to be focused on these projects. So do I interpret the optionals though as to say, we're not going to go there until the requireds are done? So for example, if I were to look at like this Upper Stevens Creek trails, it's basically complete the Upper Stevens Creek Trail. That's our commitment in Measure AA.
Right.
But then optional, it has, but acquire additional land if
Right.
available. Why are we even looking at, if we're so focused on, let's get Measure AA done, you know, promises made, promises kept, why should Allen even be looking at additional land? I'm just using that as an example. At some of these optionals, I mean, are those the first to go, or why are we even dedicating any time to them at all?
Right. So I mentioned that when we plan our plant, we definitely focus on the projects on the main list first, right? It's only when there's a staff capacity available or there's funding available for that particular portfolio, because we're funding allocation for each portfolio. It's only when those conditions exist that we consider those optional projects. However, land acquisition is a little bit different. If there's an opportunity presents itself and that the land can support and further the goals of our priority actions or just the goal of the district in general, we would definitely consider that, right?
But I would say too, this is Ana Ruiz, General Manager, you raise a good point though, because what we absolutely need to meet are the requirements. Those, if we can say that we accomplished those, then we delivered. And Susanna's correct. If there's opportunities, and certainly land purchases, that kind of ranks in a different bucket. But for other projects, if there's capacity and funding, we could consider it. So it provides you flexibility. However, I would still always stress, if we have that capacity, maybe we deploy that to another required MA project instead. That's you'll have to weigh that. And again, I am, right now, I'm super laser focused on the requirements right now because there's still many to accomplish. But it does give the board that flexibility to add an optional project otherwise. But again, know that we have a lot of work ahead of us too.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Well, land acquisition is certainly opportunistic, and you can't build into a 20-year plan the fact that somebody decides to sell a piece of land that could be useful in a lot of ways. So I appreciate that those are thought of by staff when they come up.
I do want to make comments about the land acquisition. So for projects that are optional, we're not going to put a lot of efforts into it. We just, if the opportunity presents itself, and we will go for it. But there's some projects that require in order for us to meet our MAA commitments. For those land acquisition projects, so we do want to come up with a plan to try to more actively pursue those opportunities. So that is something that we will work on later, because this exercise help us identify those projects. Now it's in one place, and then now give us an opportunity to focus on those projects. And then we will be working with Alan, our with property managers and general manager's office to come up with a plan to focus on those projects, and then so we can deliver our commitment.
So I just want to make sure I'm clear that we have our Measure AA commitments that we are laser focused on for sure. But if particular land acquisition opportunities arise, that are unique. And I mean, they're not making any more of those opportunities.
Yeah.
They may be the only one ever. We could still pursue that and, kind of put that on the shelf for when we do have the capacity
Right.
to turn that into a bigger project.
Yes. And so that's why I said land purchases, that falls in a different category.
Okay.
Because you're right, those, when it comes up as an opportunity, you have to act on it.
Right.
You need to really think about acting on it. So those do land in a different place as compared to an additional trail loop,
Got it.
or another type of project.
Okay, thank you.
I had a follow-up to Director Riffle's question about the optionals. If you think about the Highway 17 projects, we have the trail connection. Well, we have the wildlife undercrossing, the trail connection, the connection up to El Sereno. I think those are all required, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then the connection to St. Joe's and the connection to Lime Kiln, those are optionals. You're already in the planning window for this, right? Those connections are shown in purple on the Measure AA maps there.
Mm-hmm.
How are you treating the optional parts in that planning process?
So, I mean, those in particular, those are close calls. But will only progress, but particularly the St. Joseph's to Lime Kiln, we'll probably progress on that. But if other things, if we're losing track on the MAA priorities, that could fall off potentially. And then the connection between Lime Kiln and Pre-Rock, like adjacent to, which is and the trail planning is really just shown as along Alma Bridge Road. That would definitely be optional. That wouldn't necessarily happen since there's already a connection higher up. Yeah, and just while I'm up here, I got a quick answer almost before I sat down. The SFPUC trail miles, about 6 miles, are included in that 24 miles.
Oh, okay, thanks very much.
The other thing I would just say also is we're starting to look much more carefully at what is the scope that moves forward in planning, environmental review, design, because the more we add, the more complex it's going to get. The more complex it's going to get, the more time. And so looking at that carefully, now there's always additional work and additional projects and additional elements that we can always add. However, I would say, remember that Measure AA is finite in terms of time. We have a certain amount of time to deliver on that. If we are successful, we have a much higher likelihood of potentially going out for another funding measure that could potentially then fund these additional elements that could be identified as future priorities beyond 2044. So there's just so much, there's always so much work to be done and so many new ideas and elements to be added. And so there's definitely, there's a lot of work, what's the term? It's not coming to me, but there's a lot of work to be done in many, many years ahead, and opportunities for that. And because we own this land and we are here in perpetuity, we have opportunities to continue furthering those priorities, those ideas, those projects in the future beyond Measure AA.
And you'll help us remember that. Right? I mean, yeah, in all seriousness.
Any?
Sorry, I have one other quick question. So we're, 11 years in on this thing. And
yeah,
actually we came up with this list 13 years ago. I mean, even longer. I mean, there was a vision plan, and then we came up with this list that then went to the voters. And you learn a lot in 11 years, and we're going to learn a lot more in the next 10 years. Do we have we modified any of these? We went to the voters and said, this is what we're going to do. But then we really broke it down to say, here are the certain projects that are going to go in to get that done. What's the process we use to say, that doesn't really make sense anymore to do it that way? We're not. And so I'm just wondering, before we become a slave to an 11-year-old list, do we have a way of kind of reevaluating that every once in a while to say, that doesn't make sense anymore? Or maybe we're not the right ones to do that anymore. We should get a partner to do that.
Let me see. So when I wasn't here, but we have the expenditure plan, right? This is something that we are implementing, and looking at what is described in the expenditure plan for the portfolio, each priority actions, and to us, at least right now, it makes sense. And we have projects that we feel that can fulfill those goals. And I mentioned earlier that in our expenditure plan, we do not identify specific projects. We identify outcomes, right? And that is what we committed to the voter. This is the outcomes that we committed, and we have projects that will support the fulfillment of those goals. And at this point, looking at the list and the project list that we have developed, we feel that we will be able to meet those commitments. But I also mentioned earlier that we want to reserve that flexibility to modify the scope or make substitutions as we move through this next 19 years. That may be new opportunity, new informations that we can come up with projects that better than what we have here, and we wanted to reserve that right to swap it. So it is a living document, but it's a plan that now we feel that we can deliver.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we don't look at changing the voter approved language. It would be, and it may be, as we move forward and get closer to the end, we may be asking the board and the BOC to look at potential changes there, but we're driving to meet all those commitments. The projects that we envisioned completing that portfolio, some of them are almost exactly the same, like Saratoga to the Sea, like implemented like exactly kind of what we thought it would be. Other ones like Miramontes Ridge, we were thinking of a very large property all the way from Skyline all the way down into Half Moon Bay and building the Ridge Trail through that. And now what we're talking about is completing all those commitments, Johnson Ranch, a loop trail on above the Salt House, the Johnson Ranch House, and then having a trail connection that goes through an easement, and then the SFPUC Ridge Trail connection. Radically different, but still meeting those commitments. And I would say that's true of all of them. And as we were preparing that, I was like, Susanna, make sure we say, like, we don't want these in stone, these individual projects, because they will evolve. We'll have different opportunities, but we will always stay, it'd be a big change to look at a difference from the actual voter approved language. That's what we're keeping the same and aiming towards achieving.
Right. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I think just one, because I appreciate the question or line of questioning actually that Director Riffle raised. And I was thinking about this as well. It's like, is there nothing that has that's going to impede any of the project goals? Like, for instance, like land availability, like not being able to purchase something. It's a long time span, and while inflation was certainly anticipated, but it's taken some spikes, during the time too. So are there any, maybe regulatory constraints? That one's like a less of a concern, but land availability and cost.
Yeah. So you did bring up a good point. This roadmap that we develop right now, take into consideration the timeline, and have a capacity. What is not in this master calendar is cost, right? But however, now that we have this roadmap, we will be able to take a look at, and now we have some more defined scope, project scopes, and it will allow us to provide some really high level cost estimate for projects. And then also take into considerations that some of the projects are not going to be, we're not going to take that on until 10 years from now. And there's escalation and costs that we can put those all into consideration and do some analysis and to look at, are we going to be able to fund all those projects with the MAA funds that is available to us. So that is something that we can do for our next steps. Yeah.
I had some more detailed questions about some of the specific projects, and one that people have been asking about a lot because we opened up the La Honda Creek trails is the connection to El Corte de Madera. I think it basically says we're waiting on land acquisition.
Yes.
Could you explain a little bit more about what's needed there and any more about the general idea of making that connection?
Alan Ishibashi, Road Property Manager. There's one specific property, and El Corte de Madera and La Honda touch in a corner, right? But we can't really hop the corner to make that trail connection. So there's one property that we're looking at. We've had discussions with that property owner about getting a trail easement through there. They had some medical issues, so we kind of backed off of talking to them. But when we bought the Eberhard property, which was a few years ago, we were having conversations with these folks. So there's again, it's a short trail easement. We're trying to buy it under the general manager authority under $50,000. That's all that's needed, and then we can make that full connection via property rights, right? Obviously, we had to build a trail and everything. Field staff went out there and verified they could build a trail in the area we were looking at, but because the property owner had medical issues, we kind of stopped talking to them. But again, it's just one property and one trail easement, so it's right there.
Great, thank you very much. Yeah. So a sort of interesting piece of information that came out through this document is that this Spring Ridge realignment, and what is the idea there?
So for anyone that's driven, walked, ridden Spring Ridge, it's not a great alignment. It takes a lot of maintenance to maintain those steep sections, and then even so, we'll typically end up with some pretty good ruts at the end of the season that need to be filled in. So and originally, like the concepts evolve, right? The original concept was to reroute the entire road. And we do it is an important emergency access road, so we need to maintain a connection. So there's really two possibilities there. One is to reroute the steep sections of the road and just have continuing patrol / trail access on a road. The other one is to maintain, say, the steep sections of the trail to the best of our ability, which we've been able to do for emergency access, and then build some, single track off of that to lessen the steepness and make the trail more enjoyable.
Great, thank you very much. I'm good.
Ready? Okay. So we have a slide for public comment.
We have no public comments.
We have one member of the public here. in the house. Yes. Okay. All right. All right. So I will cover the next one as well. Is to give you an update on our big rocks. Big rocks are projects that have the highest priorities among all the projects, programs that make up our very robust capital improvement and action plans. And we designate big rocks projects so that we can ensure adequate resources allocated to support those projects on an ongoing and consistent base throughout the life of the projects. And we also committed that we will work to remove any factors that can potentially impact the progress of those projects within our controls. But oftentimes we do encounter factors that are outside of controls. But within our control, we're committed to focus to deliver those projects. So for fiscal year 26, the projects that before use are the projects that you approve as big rocks for this fiscal years. So it includes 5 categories under the climate resilience and biodiversity. The 3 projects, including the Alma Road News Crossing projects and the Los Gatos Creek Watershed Phase 2, and this is a fuel reduction projects. And then also have our Highway 17 wildlife undercrossings. That's under these categories. The second one is Tourism Creek Preserve. We have devoted a lot of our efforts into advancing projects within that preserve, and 5 of them made it to the big rock list, including the Purisima to the Sea parking, Purisima to the Sea trails, and the Highway 35 multi-use crossing and parking expansions. We also have the Purisima Comprehensive Use and Management Plan, as well as the Purisima Creek Road Vehicle Access Project. We also have a couple public access projects that, besides the work that's within the Purisima Creek Preserve, including our Highway 17 overcrossing project, as well as the La Honda Creek parking and trailhead access. We also prioritize implementing FOSSUM recommendations and the recruitments that comes with the FOSSUM update. And last but not least, we have 2 infrastructure projects that we are focusing on. One is to build out our coastal field office, and another one is to rebuild our Skyline field office. There's a total of 14 projects on the big rock list. The detail of each project, the status of each project is included in the staff report as attachment. Overall, 11 of those projects are on schedule or ahead of schedules. But we do have 3 that are currently experiencing some delays. The first one is the Purisima Comprehensive Use and Management Plan. This project provides a comprehensive plan for the preserve, including our ongoing operation and management, as well as projects that we planned for the preserve. And this project provides SEQA coverage for those projects. And we are experiencing delay because one of the projects that cover under this comprehensive use and management plan, which is the Purisima to the Sea Trail projects, as part of our development of the plan, we discovered that there's some wetlands along the trail alignment that required additional studies and also additional coordination with the regulatory agencies to determine the mitigations requirements. So because of that, the development of the plan is delayed for a few months. But we kind of back on track now that recently the board has approved the implementation action table, which becomes the basis for project description for our CEQA evaluations. So the project is moving forward, but it is experiencing a few months of delay. That's another project that we now foreseeing some delay is the Highway 35 multi-use trail crossing and parking implementations. The project right now is in 65% design. In terms of the project itself, its design-wise is proceeding as planned. However, the next step for the project is to move into permitting. And because the CEQA coverage is provided under the comprehensive use and management plan, and the plan itself is experiencing some delay that delays this particular project moving into the permitting phase. So because of that, we anticipating that our original plan of moving the project into construction in FY27 may have to be pushed out. However, as promised, we wanted to, that delay is outside of our control. However, we are in the process of looking into how we can expedite our permitting process to make up some of the lost time. And one of the ways that we're thinking about is originally we thought that we have to complete our CEQA evaluation before we can initiate the permitting process. But through our conversation with regulatory agencies, we actually can start our permitting process before we complete CEQA. We just have to complete our CEQA process when the regulatory agencies issue us the permit. And usually that permitting process takes some time. So that allow us, with that understanding, now we can start our permitting process early, and we just have to time it that when we get to the permit issuance phase, our CEQA document is ready. So this is something that we're looking into and then we're pursuing. Yes.
Question about that one. Can you say how that would happen? Because a CEQA document usually informs the permitting process.
Right.
So tell me a little bit more about how that would work.
That's true. But because our CEQA process is moving along, right? The board recently already adopted approved the implementation plan, the table that you reviewed in October for the Purisima projects, and that provides the project descriptions for all the projects that under the use and management plan. And that information is sufficient for us to put the permit application together that we can move forward with initiating the permit applications process.
So it's a permit application, not the permitting.
No, so yeah, so we can, yes.
Okay.
So we can initiate the permit application process, but we won't, the permitting agencies won't issue us a permit until we complete the CEQA process, until we have the certification. But what we would, well, in the past, so we do it one at a time, right? So we finish our CEQA process and we start our permitting process. But what we investigating, actually we pursuing right now is to overlap that two process, because we are allowed to start the permitting process, and permitting process does take quite some time. And while we are completing our CEQA certifications, we can initiate the permitting process, and just as long as we can get our CEQA documents certified, approved by the board at the time that the permitting agencies issue us a permit, we will be okay.
So to be devil's advocate here for a moment. So let's just say, can I make something up? Let's just say, okay, it's on. Yeah, so maybe I'll speak into this more. So to be devil's advocate for a moment, let's just say, and I'll try to make something up that makes sense. I don't know if I can in real time or not, but let's just say we want to jump a creek with a trail. for instance. And that's what we've applied for. That's on our permit application.
Right.
And the permitting agency doesn't anticipate, I'm making this up, doesn't anticipate an impact. So they're like going ahead and processing that permit based on no impact. But then if CEQA identifies, well, yeah, duh, there is an impact, are we not risking having to go back and it seems like there's a downside to this too.
Well, potentially, if there's through the CEQA process and our CEQA analysis that we identify some significant environmental impacts that significantly change the design of the projects, that we would have to amend our permit application to our regulatory agencies. So yes, that scenario, like kind of worst case scenario could happen, but we have gone through a very thorough process to look at the project scope, and we have already done a lot of technical studies to this point for projects that under the CEQA, under the Comprehensive Use and Management Plan, and we are very comfortable with the scope that we're moving forward with going through the CEQA analysis. And to me, that the risk or the benefits kind of outweigh the risk, because if we can start the permitting process early, overlapping with the CEQA process a little bit, and will save us several months of time to allow us to move into the construction phase earlier. That I think the risk, I feel like the risk is relatively low and it's worth taking.
Okay, as long as we go into it eyes wide open and understand there is a potential risk. Yeah. Okay.
The opposite benefit is time.
Yes. Yeah.
To be able to.
Yeah.
And again, construction needs to happen in a certain phase of the year, and that needs to get aligned too when it can.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I have one more project on the list, and it's La Honda Creek Parking and Trailhead Access Feasibility Study and CEQA review. And that project is also currently experiencing some potential delays as part of the, that project is in CEQA review phase. And as part of the CEQA analysis, and our traffic consultant identified some areas that warrant additional traffic studies. So we actually completed those additional traffic studies, and we are in the process of reviewing the findings. And at this point, we're not sure how much impact of the study will have on the overall project schedules. And but we just want to flag it to you that this is something that we are experiencing. The overall CEQA review preparations for this project is still moving forward. Just the sections that are impacted by the traffic study is on hold, pending the study. So we are not stopping to wait for the study. The work that we can do is still moving forward. Okay, so that's all I have in terms of updates on the Big Rocks project.
I've got something totally different, but it does relate to this in that there's a slide. So if you could pull up slide 50.
Slide 50. Okay.
Thank you. I just want to point something out I've seen 2 or 3 times.
Okay.
This gorgeous photo, and you lose the last word.
Oh.
So this occurs elsewhere in the whole thing, where you're using 4 colors to designate certain items, and somebody loves yellow, and the white letters on top of the yellow vanish.
Mm.
So just to point that out, gorgeous opportunity to demonstrate the item. Just so that if we could keep that in mind, it just makes it more legible. So
Yeah, okay.
thank you.
Thank you for that feedback.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh.
Could you go to the, I think it's the previous slide.
Previous slide, this one?
Yeah. I'm wondering, given what you said in the Measure AA update about the Almond Bridge Road project, that we're not able to, I think we're not able to set a timeline on it. That seems a little bit difficult in terms of having it on the big rocks lists in this way. So I think what is coming to us out of the committee is this pilot project, which is maybe much more under our control. Would it make sense to consider sort of downscoping the big rock to be that pilot?
Yes. So, and then it does make sense when you review the Big Rock project list for fiscal year 26, right? The current fiscal year, because we actually have a grant fund to fund the project to move to 65%. And so we were very actively working on the projects, and that we were currently working on it. The project design is proceeding as planned. We are going through CEQA review. We are initiating permitting process for the project. So it makes that definitely makes sense to be on the Big Rock list for this fiscal years. But what you saw earlier is when we look out and we cannot predict when we can complete the entire projects. And we are, if you look close to the project description, we are downslope, that we move it to an optional project, and we are modifying the project scope to reflect that pilot projects. Yeah.
One other thing is, with respect to the challenges with the wetlands on Purisma to the Sea Trail, this is not for right now, but at some point in the future, we'll talk more about Purisma to the Sea Trail, and I think it would be very interesting to have a little more detail on those, the challenges that we ran into and the steps that we took to work with those, because it's very relevant to the discussion that we were having earlier about dealing with the prioritization to natural resources in the midst of wanting to provide a great experience, right? And to have we have a commitment to provide Purisma to this Sea Trail. We have a real challenge here, and I think it would be great to get more detail, for us and for the public to hear that.
Yeah.
So, but just whenever.
Yeah.
I mean, whenever that opportunity comes up in the future, if we could remember that, it would be great to see a little more. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that comment, and I think we take notes, and then we will look for an opportunity to share that experience with the board and with the public. But Brian actually mentioned it earlier. Actually, used this example when you were discussing about prioritizing protecting natural resources and also meeting our commitment to deliver ecologically sensitive public access. That is a perfect example that we encountered that wetlands, and we took the time to understand the impact, and then took the time to look at how we can minimize the impact or mitigate the impact. But that takes time, and that's why we are experiencing some delay. But we feel that is a time well spent, and now we just also trying to meet our commitment to keep those projects on track. And so we're just looking for other ways to make up those lost time.
Yeah, thanks. I agree with all of that. Yeah. I appreciate that.
Yes.
I had similar concerns as Director Gleason had on the Alma Bridge Road crossing project. And but I want to push it just a little bit more. I'm very concerned that if all the big rocks, that is the one that I would feel almost is least in our control.
Yeah.
And I'm afraid we're kind of setting ourselves up for potential failure because unfortunately our partner there, the county, is is having some challenges.
Mhm.
And what I don't want to do is tee it up for the public that we are going to have a crossing there,
Mm,
but then
yeah.
I don't sense that we're going to find $27 million or whatever it's going to take to do that. Now, on the other hand, I'm feeling good about Highway 17, which is going to be even more expensive, but to me, we're all in, and there's not a similar county project, county partner there. I know
Mhm.
VTA and I know Caltrans and so on.
Yeah.
So you're just to clarify your answer then, Susanna, are we going to revisit how we're scoping this then to kind of be realistic about what we can control?
Yeah. So that's, I think, two things. So today I'm giving you an update on the Big Rock projects that you identify for this fiscal year.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
this project is on the list,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So we provide, and I explained that it does make sense when we determine that this should should be identified as a Big Rocks because we actively working on it.
Good.
But we will be bringing back the Big Rock list for your consideration for next fiscal year at your next retreat, right? So when you're looking at the action plan for next fiscal years, there will be an opportunity for you to look at the Big Rock list, right? We usually when a project identified as a Big Rock, we want to continue to keep that as a Big Rock so we can deliver this project, right? We don't like to see changes because they kind of defeat the purpose. But for this particular one, I think it warrants consideration when we bring the Big Rock list back for you. We are already modified the scope of work. If you look closer into our project plan in this long list, because this is one of the Measure A project, and we have already modified it to deliver that pilot project instead of the full scope.
Okay, good. I want to be clear. I hope we can solve, collectively, we can
Yeah,
solve the problem, but I just want to be realistic about what can we do to just be our portion.
Mhm.
Good. On a very positive note, I was so happy to see Skyline Field Office ahead of schedule. So hooray. Glad to hear that. I don't know about that. That's a good point. Good.
Okay. Any other questions for me?
Great.
Okay.
Thank you for the update.
Okay.
And we have no public comments on this item.
Board President, would you like me to move to the next topic? All right, let's go forward. I mean, there was a break scheduled here, but I think it sounds like we'll move forward. So this is a board-initiated topic item. Director Gleason originally brought this forward, and a majority of the board asked to bring this back at this retreat. So I'm just going to kick it off by kind of reviewing some of our current partnerships, funding and other partnerships that we use in our work. I will start by saying, if I could probably have 30 slides if I was going to cover all our partnerships. So I didn't include our kind of work partnerships, like the RCD I already went over, where we're working with RCD to kind of directly deliver project work. We're doing tremendous amount of work with fire agencies and with the fire safe councils. And I haven't included them either. And that kind of goes to all our work, is very engaged with different partnerships. However, I did want to kind of go through some of our big ones. And the first, some of these are older, but they're really monumental land conservation partnerships that we continue to work on. So the Flagler Estate is near and dear to my heart. I actually got to be the Flagler Ranger for 2 years while it was under our management before it was transferred to National Parks, GGNRA. The most recent was with San Mateo County Parks, and that's the Don Horsley Park at Tenias Creek Beach, which we're looking forward to opening there soon. And then Edgewood Park, that was with a district contribution to the funding. And then we also hold a conservation easement. Same thing, a little bit in the past, but with Santa Clara County Parks, Almond and Quicksilver. That's the purchase was the Jocks Ridge area of Sierra Azul and the Woods Road side of Almond and Quicksilver. And we both agencies hold conservation easements over the other part. And then Hidden Villa, we have 8 conservation easements over Hidden Villa of various parcels. Most of Hidden Villa, except like the farm row crop area out in the front. I will also mention that partnership is deepening. Jane and I have had conversations with Hidden Villa, and it will likely show up on the next year's CAP for most of the work further out, but looking at some shared parking, which is an idea we've explored in the past, but Hidden Villa is interested in pursuing to provide more parking for Rancho, which is, of course, is a MAA objective. And then there's other partnership areas that we're working on, and these I'm highlighting because most of them are new, right? So there are new initiatives that the board has authorized, sometimes a while in the past, but we're currently implementing them. So to keep in mind that these are things that we're already working on. Affirmative ag easements, that's something that Alan is working on with real property to contribute to funding purchasing these affirmative ag easements that can then the property with a lesser value can be sold back to the farmer. So those discussions are ongoing, particularly with our partner Peninsula Open Space Trust. And then farm worker housing development. I know I've been promising this for a while as an implementation from the ag policy for contributing to farm worker housing. We are, working with partners. There is the difficulty of whenever there's a government contribution that comes with restrictions, particularly when it comes to prevailing wage. So we are working with our partners to balance out that and let them make a choice of whether it's appropriate for the district to fund that project. But we've had conversations with Post, Puente, and also Mercy Housing, and I expect to see something develop out of that next fiscal year. And then we already talked quite a bit about the Alma Bridge Newt Crossing, where we're providing funding for the pilot program, which will be reframed in with that scope, but then also continuing to work to try to seek grant funding and get county roads to take on the larger project, but very difficult, particularly with the financial difficulty the county is in now with all the Medicare cuts that are impacting the hospitals that the county runs. And then all the management agreements that we have. So Deer Hollow Farm, one of the premier environmental education sites in the Bay Area. That's a huge investment of district money and staff. Rancho San Antonio County Park, as was mentioned earlier, we have a short-term agreement for 1 year with the option to extend for 1 year, but we're still discussing with the county whether we can return to a longer 10-year agreement that we've had in the past. And then Bear Creek Stables, this is one that we're working on developing now that's going to take a huge investment of time and then money as part of an MAA project to do the phase 1 improvements. And that will be an ongoing partnership that I'm really hopeful will be successful. But that's something that's just, kind of in its infancy right now as far as developing that partnership. Employment volunteerism, we've done a lot of exciting work to, and this is a category where we are getting work done, but that we're also bringing young people into the employment pipeline. So the San Jose Conservation Corps is probably our heaviest use. We have major contracts with them, and they're providing work, and that pipeline is working. We are getting San Jose Conservation Corps folks into employment as seasonals, and then we've hired some permanently as well. So that's actively working. Same thing with on a smaller scale with the Student Conservation Association. Grassroots ecology, we have lots of contracts for work with them. They're really good at bringing in the volunteerism, and also an internship program, which is also an employment pipeline to do work on our lands, but also get the community involved. Some projects with the larger California Conservation Corps, although they don't have a local office, so that when we've done that, it's with spike camps. We've used the event center in the past. And then all our seasonal and intern programs, they provide us value, but then it's also kind of a partnership with the community to bring more people into the employment pipeline. And the intern program in particular has really expanded over the last 5 years. And then here we're getting to some more of the traditional partnership funding programs. So the grant making program, $300,000 for the 2025 round. That's every 2 years. The beneficiaries and participants of the funded program have to be within Midpen's jurisdiction. So it doesn't necessarily have to happen on district land, but it has to serve district constituents. So for our last round, some of the grant recipients is Canopy. They do a lot of work in East Palo Alto. Grassroots Ecology, I already mentioned. Saved by Nature, that leads hikes and gets a lot of people out on the land. Tamian Nation, I'll mention that our grant making program has been one of the areas that we've been initially engaging with tribal groups. That is another area we would like to grow kind of beyond that. We do have a tribal relations internal staff group that looks at how we can grow our relationships with the tribes. Right now, we're reviewing a request to comment on the state requirements for engaging through the CEQA process with consultation with tribes, which at least the initial draft has been more focused on federally recognized tribes, which of course the Bay Area, or not the Bay Area, I should say, our area of the Bay Area has none. So that makes it difficult for us. So we're definitely growing. Also, the Together Bay Area is also focused on tribal engagement, that grant. And then, so that we're going through the process now for another round for 2025. That'll be 2 more years. That's a major partnership program through our grant making program. And then you just recently got a presentation by the Youth Partnership Program run by Visitor Services. There was a mention about, why is the budget so puny at $10,000? But that's really because the cost there is the staff engagement, where the staff is really engaging with these different partnerships. Canopy, again, the Teen Urban Foresters, Climate Resilient Communities, San Mateo County of Sustainable Youth Exploring Community Partnerships Program. So all of these are really helping engage, and we're investing staff time in doing that. And then there's the Community Partnership Program run by Public Affairs. And that's about 100,000 total. In fiscal year 25, there were 32 events in total. Bay Area Old Adults, Branching Out Adventures, Boys and Girls Club of the Coast Side. Latino Outdoors has become one of our biggest partners, offering great hikes to get people outside. Saved by Nature, Student Conservation Association, Vista Center for the Blind and Visually Impaired. That's been really beneficial too, because they've actually given us comment on how we can do improvements that will help people that are visually impaired access our preserves. So it's kind of working both ways. Really great program. Another future engagement that we're engaging on is the Coastside Future Farmers of America and 4-H. If you're not familiar with these programs, I was a 4-H kid myself. It's a great way for youth to get involved in raising animals, animal husbandry, and learning, what it would take to be, in the agricultural business when they grow up. And what they need is a location to raise their animals. So we're investigating whether we can do that on the Johnson Ranch. That will probably also show up on the CAP. So not there yet, but this is, these are ideas that came both from 4-H, Future Farmers. Also, board members have asked us to address that with the coastal community. So something we're going to be growing with our engagement there. I also just wanted to talk about how our volunteer programs actually provide programming to partners. So most directly, Spacies and Species, 18 field trips serving 413 elementary school. This again is fiscal year, this is calendar year 24. And then, or is it fiscal year? Anyone? Is it fiscal year 25? Yeah, fiscal year 25. And that was 608 of our fantastic outdoor education docents.
Those donuts.
Yes, our ARMS, our Advanced Resource Management Stewards, allow individuals to come out and work on the preserves. Great partnership. They're really taking ownership of specific areas and working on specific invasive plants. The Daniels Nature Center is a fantastic resource where people can just walk in and participate with activities. And then our volunteer stewardship programs, 138 volunteers contributed 5,687 volunteer hours, and the land community and group stewards contributed 3,523 hours on 135 volunteer projects. And I will mention, and we already talked about it earlier, brand new this year, we added the volunteer trail projects, and those have just been going like gangbusters. They've been really popular. You've seen it showing up in your biweekly reports, really kind of cleaning up and improving our trails. We're also working with that program to have projects focused with partners with the Santa Cruz Mountains Trail Stewards, and continue our relationship with the Trail Center and the Ridge Trail Council, as well as having group-focused projects for the Silicon Valley mountain bikers. So we've already had conversations with all of those groups to kind of expand what we're already doing, providing the individual projects. And then we're also, all of the docent hikes and the volunteer projects, community groups can request projects where their group or their company can come out and do work on the preserve or take a special docent-focused hike. So all great partnership opportunities. I also don't normally think of permits as a partnership opportunity, but they really are, because this is how we allow both businesses and large groups to use the preserves without conflicting with our normal use and with other groups. So hiking and educational field trips, and this would be any that require a permit, which either they're charging a fee or they're over 20 people. But we have schools, we have businesses, religious groups, nonprofits, and environmental groups, notables. That number doesn't include Canyon Ranch, which you probably hear them advertising on NPR. They had 245 trips to district preserves because they're right up there on Skyline. They move around. But Saved by Nature had 16. Post had 35. Environmental volunteers are still kind of ramping up, but they just had a launch of a big fundraising effort. So I expect them to get back up to their higher numbers, but they had 8 events. Avid for Adventure, a business, had 40, Tiny Treks 12, Sierra Club 27, the Reich Center 12, Fremont Union High School District 11, De Anza College 14, College of San Mateo 11, and Pathfinders Forest Preschool 12. So those are kind of some of our heavy hitters, but great groups, whether just nonprofits or companies that are getting people outside. Biking, we had 233 events, and that's businesses, clubs, and schools. Mountain biking experts, which I hadn't even heard of, 205. One thing that's really occurred to me looking at these two, people pay a lot for these experiences that our docent programs are providing for free. So it just gives you an indication of how valuable they are to the community.
Brian?
Yeah.
How do most of these groups get to their location?
So typically, they're going to be either having folks meet there and ask them to carpool, but some of these also have their own transportation, particularly like the for-profit companies will meet someplace and then transport to a van. I know also the older adults, they also do some of the transportation. Our schools are, doing buses or carpools, and we do have a funding source to get folks out to that. And that's also what some of the grantees use to get folks transported too. The other kind of cool Silicon Valley Mountain Bikes had 7 events, and that's for them that's over 20, right? And then San Jose Youth Composite Mountain Biking Team 9 events, including a very large ride, very clear, not a race, but a ride that we just had, I want to say about a month ago. And then equestrian, only 2 events, but we have some equestrian events. And then search and rescue, medical, fire, first aid, 24 events, including, which is one of our kind of most unique opportunities, dog training. We've had 8 dog training events over the last year. And that's where all those search and rescue dogs that you hear about, helping to save someone, find someone, they're out in the field training. They'll actually get scents from a clothing, and they'll have someone out in the middle of the preserve, and then their job is to go find them. And they need to get this crucial training to be able to do that for emergencies. So,
and with that one, who does that training?
That's the individual group. So it's our heavy hitters there are BAMRU, San Mateo Sheriff's Office with 14 events, and I'm forgetting the name. If you want, I can get you the individual, but so it's folks that are already signed up for search and rescue exercises so they can be called out, and then they get certified. The dog and the owner get certified as part of that. So they're part of an organized group that then is they're putting on the training.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I'm a little breathless, just and remember, this is just like a small part of what we do. So I wanted to give you a picture of the tremendous amount of work that we're doing with partnerships, that we are actively growing and seeking new partnerships. Probably the biggest for me is the Bear Creek Stables, but we're putting a lot of work and effort in that. So just keep that in mind with your discussion. I think probably at this point, and I framed this question, so Director Gleason, you can frame it, whatever question you want to pose to the board, because this was the item that you brought up. But should the board direct staff to look at partnership opportunities that go beyond the current and planned programs and opportunities? So I'll throw it to you, Director Gleason, at this point, and then really it's a board discussion. But if there's any questions about what I just tried to breeze through, let me know.
Actually, I do have a
Yeah.
quick.
What happened? I guess we didn't get Stefan's slide in time, so I think I'll just throw it to you to present orally. Does that work? No.
Oh.
I didn't just skip over it.
No. I worked so hard on that slide. But I do have to pull it up on my, because I did not memorize it.
You want to plug it in?
Yeah.
See if we,
Oh,
you
yeah.
think we can do that?
We can try.
Yep.
And as Stefan is coming up, I think, Stefan, you're covering sort of our financial flexibility, if we have that, and what that looks like for additional partnerships that require monetary contributions.
That's my goal, but now I don't see my slide in there anymore.
It's just a slide in the slideshow. It's there or not.
Oh.
Got it?
No.
Oh, for displaying it? Well, yeah. Yeah, what?
No. Yeah. I think my slide completely disappeared.
It's the way in PowerPoint. Close your PowerPoint really
All
quick.
right.
I think it's just because it's not in PowerPoint presentation mode yet because it's so.
Yeah, but the slide is gone.
Oh, you don't have the actual
Yeah.
slide.
The whole slide is gone. Okay, great. Okay.
Okay, we could go back to an older version, but
Okay.
that might take a little bit of time.
Well, I can probably,
Okay.
I can figure it out.
Can I tell you all how much I really appreciate that a woman is leading this effort to?
Yeah, we do have a great ISD manager, but in the interest of time, I had put together a slide, a little bit as a cautionary slide, to be honest, that we are facing a number of projects that have funding gaps. First of all, and there are large funding gaps, I'm not talking about the small ones. The Skyline Field Office, by next week, if the board approves a transfer into reserves, that one will pretty much be covered by reserves, but we're still talking about $40 million, right? And that does not count for the construction costs for the coastal area office, funding gap of at least, I would say, 15 to 20 million by the time we do construction. And as I've learned in the last decade, actually I learned it in the first year, projects at Midpen do not go down in budget. They only go up. So I'm still being somewhat conservative. Highway 17 has a very significant funding gap in excess of 25 million. We have Perisoma to the Sea, I don't know, 5 to 10 million or more gap. And there's one that eludes me. Hawthorns, I didn't even put a number on it on the historic because nobody knows which way that project is going to go. If we do something, it'll be expensive and the endowment will not cover it. And there's a few more like that. Perisoma to the Sea, the whole exercise I think I mentioned. Alma Bridge Newts, if we stay small, it's probably manageable, but my number came out to about 50 to 55 million plus in funding gaps. Some it's Measure AA, some of it would be general fund. We are always diligent in trying to find grants to cover funding gaps. But as we saw during the environmental scan, grants are more and more difficult to come by, definitely on the federal side. State isn't great either if it's not Prop 4. So we have to be very, very cautious as to where we put our money and how we hold it back for our own projects, as well as property tax growth not being as robust projected as it was before. And with any additional projects, of course, there's also increased staff time. No matter which way we do a project, there's always staff time involved, whether there's oversight or direct work for it. So those are resource constraints, the way I see them, both on the human resources and definitely on the financial side. So I just want to put that caution out there as well as the board starts to discuss this topic.
Well,
Is that mine?
first, I understand why Brian skipped a slide. And also, I'm sure Stefan, you and Mike are working closely together on this. And so I just wondered if Mike has any comments or if I could ask Mike. Yeah, about what Brian just, about what Stefan just presented.
Yeah, you go back a year and a half ago, I was thinking, based on how well the general fund was going, that we had a few tens of millions of dollars, that were kind of unspoken for based on current plans out in the future. And I think the key thing that I've just compared, my forecast, my long-term plan or long-term forecast versus now. And the big difference is the general fund CapEx. It's just gone up so much because some of the costs in the MAA projects have far exceed what's in the portfolio allocation. And then with Highway 17, kind of the assumptions back in the day were, the construction's all going to be grant funded, we'll find a way. That's starting to look a little more uncertain, to say the least. And so I would be very uncomfortable with dedicating any amount of money at this point until we find out what happens with Highway 17, because that's like a $35 million construction project, of which only a small portion, almost nothing, is covered by MAA. So that's my concern. The amount for the field offices isn't much different than we thought a year ago. But it's the general level of general funded CapEx that's gone up quite dramatically in the last year, and the Highway 17 uncertainty that is the major issue for me on affordability. Now, if we're talking about, I don't know what we're even considering here, but the one main thing is that it really can involve manpower. We don't have any excess manpower after looking at Suzanne's, what Suzanne's team's put together, which is probably the best piece of work I've ever seen in the district. Is that plan? That's just incredible. So, and even if it's just money, if it's just affordability, and there's no staff commitment at all to it, then it's a question of affordability. And to me, that's very uncertain until we get the Highway 17 put to bed, because that's a $35 million bunch of money that is not reserved at all. So that's my comment.
Thank you very much, Mike. I did have a question, and that is, can somebody just draw the line here for me between this question and money? I mean, when I think about partnerships, are we talking about paid partnerships? Are we talking about partnerships where?
Yeah, as was discussed earlier, given the current, environmental scan, yes, most of these partnerships, if the district was looking at, engaging and adding work, it would be funding partnerships for folks to do work other than, kind of what we're currently focused on. So yeah, and like I said, this is a board-driven question. So I'm a little bit speculating, but yes, the example that's been posed before is the Open Space Authority, where they have a dedicated 20% funding for local agencies. Obviously we couldn't afford that. That would, take a huge bite out of our budget. But, something to that type of effect, which we try to do through all these partnership work that we currently do.
And so with the partnerships that we have, I mean, I think with our grant making program, with what we're doing with our community grant making program, we pull partners in, and then once they're in, we start giving them more money potentially over time, right? And so
I think you're referring to, let me go back. So this community partnership program,
right?
So this one, yes, they initially, to see if everything works, they get a small funding amount. It's under $10,000. I want to say 2,500, 5,000, something in that range. And then if it's successful, we'll build on that. And I think our largest funding partner with that is Latino Outdoors right now.
Okay, but then the other partnerships the other slides that you were showing, we're putting a lot of money into those?
Well, for instance, we haven't put any money in yet, but farm worker housing, that's potentially, hundreds of thousands of dollars, maybe totaling to millions, depending on how, if we can make that work for our partners.
Got it. I see where I get it now. Thank you.
Next year.
I just had a very brief, Brian, that was a one snapshot in time, right? This was. this
So
data-
all the numbers were fiscal year 25.
Okay. And so any sense of trend?
Yeah,
Just-
so grant
the peak
making
at this-
program is increasing at the board's request.
Mm-hmm.
All the additional stuff is a growth in staff time
Mm-hmm.
and funding. For instance, the Trails program, that's an additional full-time person
Mm-hmm. Right.
to run that program. And we were at capacity, right? We wouldn't have been able, we would have had to take away from our natural resource projects if we wanted to focus more on trails. So
Right.
there we hired staffing. So yes, each of these comes with, I mean, our entire grant program, both getting grants and giving grants, that staffing is relatively new, right?
Right.
So yes, we are adding both staff expenses and monetary budget expenses with all these programs.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, so maybe I can, I'll try and give some background on where this question came from originally. So it came out of the discussion in about the grant making program, and the observation I was making was that for these programs that are sort of focused on people, we had these requirements that essentially that people be, or that organizations be bringing the people into our preserves. And my understanding is that one of the original purposes of the grant making program was to sort of elevate people's understanding of what Midpen is, what it does, and how it's differentiated from other agencies. And my question is sort of, I'm also not proposing that we stop doing what we're doing, because I think those programs are great. But also, if you do things more where people are, and there's visibility to that, and you're contributing to changing, for example, opportunities to get outdoors and enjoy nature, learn about nature, where they are, where people live, where they go to school, and so forth, then you impact more people and more people more often. And I think that can really contribute to that, helping people understand what the district is and what it does, for people in the district. So that was really where my question was coming from. Should we be thinking about that, not in terms of switching from the bringing people into the open space, but to also, enabling people to do more projects where the people are. And again, the original discussion was sort of around the grant making program. That was what I was focused on originally. And then Anna had brought up, another alternative, which might be longer term, which was, well, maybe in the future, if we're going for another round of bond funding, maybe that could be a component of it. Maybe that's a little more like, maybe a little more towards what the Open Space Authority has done. But again, my original thinking was a little more incremental to the grant making program, just as a sort of opening up, maybe lifting some of the restrictions, making it a little more liberal in terms of what types of projects and programs people could run that would get people connected to nature, again, more close to where they are. So I think that's the background. And I really appreciate your presentation on this. I think I love a lot of these programs, but you've also presented things that I wasn't aware of. So I think it's great that Midpen is involved in all these different ways. So yeah, my question is, I'm not necessarily trying to change any policy or direction right now. I wanted to sort of start this discussion about, could we sort of have more impact where people are? Right? That's the background.
Could you repeat that? More impact what?
Where people are, where they live, where they go to school. Yeah.
And just because I forgot to or didn't put it in, and it is kind of addresses one of the elements of going to where people live. We have added staff in public affairs to be able to increase our public outreach events, and we had about 50 of those, going to community fairs and that sort of thing last year, where we're meeting people where they're at, so to speak.
We're adding a van as well, right?
And we're adding a van. Yes. Yes.
The other thing that I'd also add, and maybe Carol, if you can come up to the podium, we did make some modifications to this new round of grant applications to expand the eligibility, if you will, and where the funding could be applied. But there's always a nexus of some sort to Midpen, and you can probably better explain it than I can.
Yeah, I think it was touched on a little bit in Brian's comments. What we've done for this round of grant making is to remove the requirement to have the activities for access, interpretation, and education occur on Midpen land, to now allow for a lesson plan that speaks to open space benefits and land management. So offering a fairly generic lesson plan to an organization that might not otherwise have a planned activity to go into Midpen land, but can still intersect with Midpen in some ways.
So what do we, I'm not
So
sure.
maybe if you could ask your question again.
Yeah.
If you could ask the question before the board again.
Right. So I don't think that we have to answer a specific question here. Again, I'm trying to raise this general idea of when we're thinking about some of these programs and partnerships, should we try to have more impact, out in the areas of the district where we don't have open space land, and one of the things that I had seen was that around the around the more urban areas, you'll see a lot of people sort of grassroots efforts trying to renaturalize spaces, right? Or give people more outdoor opportunities or nature-focused opportunities. They're in places where we wouldn't go and acquire land, right? They may be small pieces of land. And one thing that I see is that a lot of times each of these groups or individuals sometimes has to sort of reinvent the wheel in terms of know-how and various types of hoops that they have to jump through to be able to work in these spaces. And there might be organizations out there, I don't know, like a grassroots ecology or something that could do more to help projects like that, right? And then if we were to help in that respect, then we might also be able to get, sort of tie ourselves and maybe some of our outreach programs to those spaces that people would see over and over again close to where they live. I think there could be a lot of benefit in terms of that original goal of elevating Midpen's profile and people's understanding of what Midpen is. So again, I don't know that I'm trying to do anything specific right now, change any policy or program. What I wanted to do was sort of introduce that idea, and as we think about, say, grant making or other programs going forward, or maybe some future larger bond measure or whatever it is, keep that sort of option, that more district-wide focused option open as a way of bringing some of the benefits of the district to more people across the urban areas.
Go ahead.
So in terms of partnerships, I can't remember if we had this conversation here before, or if you and I, maybe Craig, have had this conversation before, but I think it's a real thing. that you're talking about. And when I think about it, I think, except for the staffing levels, I think the Bird Alliance, I wanted to say Audubon, Bird Alliance is maybe one of our best potential partners in this regard. For a long time, it's been pretty clear that, and we've talked about it here over time, there you are, I'll sit it down, that migration routes don't just start on Midpen lands. They start at the ocean, they start at the bay, they run up and down the peninsula. And when we have a town that intercedes and interrupts migration routes, whether they're, for fowl or on the ground, we lose a lot. We lose a lot. And the reason that I say maybe Bird Alliance is one of our best partners is because they're so sensitive to especially bird, but not solely bird migrations. And some of the towns on the peninsula, for instance, have passed and will be passing, hopefully, dark skies initiatives. And rather alarmingly, about probably a week or so ago, I heard on, I didn't catch who it was speaking, but it was on NPR, so I assume it's some kind of reasonable authority, that that we get 10% brighter every year in terms of light impact. And Susanna's nodding her head, yes. So maybe you've read or heard this too, but it's like, that's frightening. I mean, it's really frightening when you consider already that we have lost billions, literally billions of birds. I mean, it's backyard varieties and wild varieties. Just it's frightening. So what you're talking about, I absolutely agree that we could look to other partners, additional partners. And as we become more dense, the need for this kind of partnerships and identifying urban lands that are natural in scope and that can link, if you will, in one way or another to Midpen lands is going to be more and more and more critically important for everyone's benefit, not just for our fowl, but for our own human benefit as well. So I support the question, support you asking the question, and I think it deserves further exploration.
Excuse me, need to leave for my appointment.
Okay. I guess Greg takes over. Great, thanks. Yeah. No, wants the whacker.
Get the whacker.
So I too am going to have to leave in about 10 minutes, but just a couple of quick thoughts. I actually think those are two different things. I definitely agree with what you're saying. We need to work on people because birds don't respect our boundaries. So if that's your point, 100% agree with that. And we need to work with our agency partners and nonprofit partners to do that. But I think Craig's the opportunity he's identifying to me is slightly different. And my interpretation of that is going out to other communities, because I'm very familiar with what the Open Space Authority has to do as part of their charter, is to go in and fund and neighborhood park programs. And so it's basically bring nature, if you will, and encourage nature where they are, which I think is a great job, a great benefit that they provide. But that is not something that we are chartered to do, because nice thing about sitting here, Craig, is I look at the mission statement. Whenever I look at you, I see the mission statement. I'm thinking, I think our job, and to our comments earlier, is preserve, protect, restore, and then we think about how we educate and public provide access. So to me, I think our focus should be on how do we allow the public to take advantage of the lands, that we have preserved, given what I think that we have been set up to do. And Brian, that was a fantastic I had no idea, like Craig, I had no idea that so much of that was doing, and I can imagine that's going to continue to grow. But to me, that's centric on using our lands. And so to me, that's how I would see it going forward. Understand the need, Greg, absolutely. And if there was something where the public gave us additional funds to go off and do that, happy to do so. But I don't think, given where we are funded now and how we are set up to operate, I think we're creeping a little bit out beyond what I think we were originally set up to do. So that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, I want to add. I also really appreciate this question, and I really appreciated the slides because I too learned a lot from that I did not know. A little bit of background. I know that with the community grant making program, they opened an area for agricultural education, and I can tell you that the co-side is thrilled with this, and there are so many nonprofits that are competing for a small pot of money. So clearly there is a thirst for this kind of work. And I think we do it well. And what I would like to suggest is that, kind of to Anna's point, when we think about all the MAA commitments that we have, the commitments that we already have, that maybe this is an idea that we target for our next bond measure, for a next funding measure, that it might really be quite appealing to the public for us to expand that partnership aspect of what we do on district lands. But from what I've heard today, we don't have the bandwidth for expanding this right now any more than what we already have. But I think it's a great question and certainly a wonderful presentation that helps us understand what we're already doing, which is a lot.
So if I might I think Kurt, I think the 2 things, I think what Craig was talking about and what I brought up, I think they're very related. And understand that we don't have the staff the bandwidth to do much about it now. But if I look at, our mission statement, it's like, acquire and preserve a regional green belt of open space and land in perpetuity. Yes. Protect and restore the natural environment. Yes. And I think where there's the nexus here is protect the natural environment, because if we don't start a conversation, I'm not saying starting a project, but if we don't start a conversation with other entities that would care about this, we're protecting lands that are going to be segmented from other lands, other urban lands, and we will have lost urban opportunities to connect with our lands. And so I think it's a conversation that is worth having with other entities, other partners. And I very much appreciate the question being asked. And I view it a little bit differently, Kurt. I think they're very related, what the 2 of us are talking about.
Yeah. So thanks very much. I appreciate all those comments. I think. Well,
at risk of saying the wrong thing, what was I going to say? I'm mostly concerned about what Mike just said, which is about the money. And about a year ago, things were looking really great. And I was like, we've got money for the both field offices. There might even be enough left over for the overcrossings. And we're doing fine. But I did wonder how long it would last. And it sounds like it's time to put on some of the brakes about the money. And sorry, I will be one who's hopping on about that. But it's not only the money, it's also staff time. This requires a lot of staff time. I know we've got a public relations department, but I'm sure they're really busy. So I would just like to be sensitive to staff time and our money. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. So I think, I guess what I would ask is to take away 2 things from this. One is the Director Riffle and Director Christine Tucker have, essentially said, okay, we don't have the funding, right? We don't have the charter for this, but maybe in some future, it might make sense to consider a different direction if it can be funded by the public, and if it makes sense to the public. I think that's a great thing for us to consider in the future. And then the other one is, I think with our current grant making, it seems like we have already lifted some of the restrictions there. So I think as we go through additional rounds of that, I think we can just look for what are the creative opportunities that might benefit if we say throw the net a little wider in terms of those grant funding opportunities. And I think maybe you've had some specifics on the coast side. There might be some in the valley as well. So I think if we took away those two things, then I would be very happy with that.
And I mean, I think very much, through all these various programs that I've outlined, we're looking for those opportunities, and we are having slow, sometimes faster growth in a lot of those programs. Just call for public comment.
Public comment.
No problem. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
And then Anna, I think
then
you were
just,
handling this.
Just to wrap this one up, we'll take the comments, and as our grant program continues to evolve, and we're looking at other programs, we'll keep that in mind, and how we can maybe provide a little more flexibility or greater breadth where it makes sense, and then also pin the idea for a future funding measure for a future discussion at that time.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes item 6. And do you have any closing remarks?
Well, first of all, I want to thank our budget and analysis team for their incredible work in putting together this packet for you. It took weeks and weeks of compiling all of the information, and thank you to the departments too for their contributions of information. I also want to thank our AGMs and the CFO. They really prepared very robust discussion items for you today, and we will be taking your input and the new edits to the strategic plan goals and objectives to guide us as we put together the proposed project priorities for the upcoming fiscal year, and looking at the 3-year CIP too, and with a real renewed focus, if you will, on Measure AA. So I want to thank you for your thoughts, very thoughtful discussion, input. I think this was a very robust retreat of a lot of good feedback and information, and I hope you agree.
Any other comments from the board?
Yeah, could just do a shout out, because sometimes the people behind the scenes don't get recognized as much, like Maria and Shaylin, and could we thank them as
Yeah,
well?
so behind the scenes right now, we have Maria Soria and Shaylin Nelson. Thank you too as well. And then our budget analysis team, Stefan, I don't want to miss anybody. We have Jordan, we have Sam, we have Ellie, Rafaela. Did I miss anybody? All right. Thank you so much.
Well, I'm just going to channel Mary Davy for a minute. And she used to call these advances, not retreats. And I think we really did advance today in a really good way. So I thank you. Thank you. It was actually really fun. You were right. It was fun. So thank you.
Okay, thank you all very much. This was a great meeting. Thank you. We're adjourned.